and on our website, houseoftalentug.com. Emmanuel Eteng, my co-host. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Felix.
A lot has been happening in the game of basketball. First of all, as Slam Dunk Basketball, we would like to first thank the Silverbacks for doing the nation proud and for making it to the first time in the quarterfinals of the Afro Basketball Championship down in Kigali. It was a tough task, and history was made when the Silverbacks, our boys, were able to beat on Nigeria. What was your take on that?
I remember before the Nigeria game, when we had to play Nigeria, everyone thought it was a death sentence.
Myself inclusive.
Yeah, I remember you telling me, I'm not even going to watch the game because I know what's going to happen.
I had jitters. Because I was like, I was looking at the team standings, the statistics, and definitely none of that. The numbers were not in any way in the favor of the Silverbacks.
Yeah, and also seeing the Nigerian team that had played in the Olympics with an NBA coach, very experienced. They've been at AfroBasket and really, won. And here is, like we always say, the David and Goliath story. Exactly. He has a small Uganda coming up to face a giant. And I know that even at home here, many people thought, okay, you know what? That's the end of the road for us. We have done what we can, and that's it. But at the end of the day, we had to win.
It was actually a massive performance, something that will go down in history from the national team to the organizing committee and also a big inspiration down to the other players that have not yet made it to the Silverbacks, to the young players out there who know that yes, I can actually work hard, I can get to the national team, and actually we can get to Afro basketball and even go further. Because remember now, this is the third time in a row that the Silverbacks are qualifying, and now this time round we're able to make it to the quarterfinals.
It's steady progress. 3 times all the way to the quarterfinals is really good. I know back in the day people looked at it as, okay, we won't go far, we'll just go play. Remember, we were placed 16th in the first time we qualified. But we had really steady progress, and big thanks to all the Silverbacks who were there before. The Stephen Omony and all these guys who really passed out.
Joseph
Ikong, Pegues, the guy who came and played for us.
Andres Pegues, yes.
These are the guys who really, set the tone and, they opened the way basically for Uganda to get into AfroBasket, and qualifying for it the third time. Really good stuff, making it all the way to the quarterfinals. Really sweet, we made history. If we had just made it to the semifinals, it was just going to be a time of making history and more history.
In my view, just making it to the quarterfinals was victory enough, was equivalent to silverware. Most importantly, remember that before the team left, the team had a financial constraint. The team did not have money. The team did not actually practice as a unit. The foreign-based players flew in and went down to Kigali. The local-based players went 2 days to the tournament. So amidst all those challenges, then we get blown out in a first game, and then the hope gets sucked in. This is another one of those participation tours, and then the bounce back in the second game, which brought back all the momentum.
Kind of reminded me of the under-16, how we were blown out in the first game, and like you said, we in Uganda basketball we grow
we grow into the tournament. It's just like what we're discussing on the previous show. Growing into the tournament. Why don't we start strong? But yet we get into momentum later.
But I think it was a good thing for us when we lost the first game. It basically showed us where we were as a team and what we needed to work on, and also it put us in that spot where teams thought, okay, this is just normal Uganda. I think we're just going to, walk through. Then we come to a Cameroon team that is also a really big team in Africa.
Very aggressive, very aggressive.
And no one thought we'd actually win that game also, but we ended up winning the game, Sadly, we lost to South Sudan, but that was a highly contested game. It could have gone either way, because remember, we had the last shot in the game, which we missed. But that was, for me, that was a blessing in disguise.
And also the fact that we didn't do well on the line. On the charity line, the free throws, we missed quite a number of free throws.
The rebounding also, were out-rebounded. But for me, it was a blessing in disguise. Why? because it gave us an opportunity to play an African giant. Because if we had won that game, we're going to end up playing Kenya, who we have really played for a very long time.
But Kenya was, remember, pounded us down here now on Arena.
Yeah, okay, it would have given us, that chance of, to get back at them. But it gave us an opportunity to face one of the big dogs in African basketball. And we climbed that mountain. We went over that mountain. And coming forward, there's the qualification for the World Cup.
The FIBA World Cup qualifiers.
And Nigeria is in the same group.
Nigeria, Mali, Cape Verde,
and Uganda. So it has put us in a position whereby now we know what we can do, and we know the changes that we need to make for us to get to a bigger stage. So for me, that was really a blessing in disguise.
Yes, we weren't able to get over Cape Verde, but very good momentum right from the third quarter. We started slow, but the team came up, although we fell short.
Yeah. For Cape Verde, I think it came down to their big man. Okay, 7-3. There's no one.
Yeah, and I remember I was talking to one of my friends when we were watching the last quarter, and like, how is a guy this big, this tall, and able to be this efficient?
Yeah.
Because he was able to move the ball. He was able to shoot it.
Yeah.
Huh? Like, he was an all-round player.
Yeah. You have to realize he plays for Real Madrid. He's a very experienced player. He has played in EuroLeague for a very long time. And they're saying that you can't teach size. That guy had size. And the best we could do was throw Okello James at him. And Okello was suffering. He's actually the one who kept us in the game.
Yeah, I believe after the game he needed an ice bath.
Yeah.
He needed an ice bath because he really used all the energy that he could.
I think when he comes back to Kampala, someone should actually take him out and buy him something.
Yeah. We have a short interview from our head coach, George Ganapoulos, discussing and giving his views on what it meant and the experience down there.
Yeah.
It will be playing shortly on the screen.
This group went into this game believing wholeheartedly that we were going to win, and sometimes you don't get what you want, and it's not the end. I'm extremely proud of this group, proud to coach them, proud to be included in this. Happy to be a part of this and a part of a great group of people and something very powerful that's moving in the right direction. From that standpoint, I'm not disappointed. Proud of the guys, proud of their effort, and I'm really excited for the future of this program. We fought, but our inability to convert offensively off of their turnovers. I think we forced 22 turnovers and only had 17 or 18 points off of those. That's our best offense, is converting off of turnovers. So if you were to look at it from a schematic standpoint, I think that we did our job defensively for most of the game, I think, and we just didn't convert on the offensive end. We didn't shoot it well. I thought we passed some open shots up and didn't convert well at the rim. So sometimes the ball doesn't bounce your way, and it just is what it is. And they're a great team. They got great players. They're experienced. It was a great challenge for us, and we were right there to the very end, but just wasn't in the cards for us tonight. I'm proud. I'm very proud to be a part of it. I'm very grateful that I've been given the opportunity to coach this team. The players that we have, the people involved, staff, management, the coaching staff, support staff, all the players, just very good people. And I'm nothing but grateful to be a part of it. And I'm excited for the future. I really am. And I'm humbled. I'm humbled to be a part of something that means so much more than myself and my own individual goals. To get everybody together and to push towards something that has such an impact on so many people, other than the group that we have here, is very humbling to be a part of, and I'm grateful for it. In a perfect world, you'd love a little more preparation time. It's difficult under some circumstances, whether it's COVID or funding or support, whatever the case may be. But I think we got a lot of guys coming from a lot of different places. So for the next tournament, seeing is how well we did in such a short period of time, I think there should be excitement and more support to have more of a legitimate training camp and some more time. Hopefully the world's in a better place at that point too, so it'll make it easier. But yeah, a little more time spent with this group to prepare for the next big tournament, World Cup qualifiers, I think would be ideal. It's a special thing to see this group come together so quickly in such a short period of time. So very excited about the future, and hopefully we can just continue to push forward.
Well, Emma,
Yeah.
you heard it from the horse's mouth. He couldn't have put it any better.
Yeah.
Of course, he's not. He's disappointed at the fact that we couldn't get over Cape Verde.
Yeah.
But the most important thing is that he's very proud of the performance, the energy, the fact that the boys were actually put their hearts out there
Yeah.
on the floor and they gave it their all.
Yeah.
And his very, very, very important point to me in that is that he's very willing and ready to work with the team, and he believes that we can actually get better and
Yeah.
even reach more heights.
Yeah.
Now with the FIBA World Cup qualifiers coming up, I believe that is the kind of attitude that we need, that is the kind of motivation
Yeah.
that the players need down there.
Yeah, and I also think going forward, it's his perspective on how the team motivated, the younger players in Uganda to start, working out and make their way to the national team is a really good thing. And I also think it puts us in a good spot because I know we have players out there, Ugandan players or players who are willing to actually play for the country, and them seeing us playing at a level like this, having players like Ishmael Wainwright, Seiko on the team, Kaluma, who, one of the NBA players, coaches say that, if he keeps playing that way,
as our viewers can check the images.
The images. Enabu there going against Domingo. And speaking of Enabu, I think he struggled in the first games. But
the first two games, yes.
First two games, but the Nigeria game and the Cape Verde game, that was the Enabu we know in Uganda. You really woke up.
The adage that the English sports media has, he came to the party.
Yeah, he came to the party. It was very amazing to see him wake up, and also Tony. There was an injury scare there in one of the games, but he got back.
He suffered a knock.
Yeah, knock on his knee. Yeah. But it was good to see him back and competing. Very good defensive player. Yeah, but on the whole, I think we have gotten that visibility, and there are very many players out there who will be willing now to come and play for us. It will be exciting to see which new players we're going to integrate when it comes to the qualifiers.
Yeah, definitely a lot is yet to be discovered. The team is still down in Kigali. We'll return after this short break. We'll give you the latest updates on what is happening both down at the tournament with the teams that are still taking part and yet to see if Tunisia will lift the title. We'll come back after this short break. Welcome back. The show is Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. My name is Felix Elpal and my co-host Emmanuel Ateng. We were just discussing the journey of the Silverbacks at the Afro Basketball Championship that is still ongoing in Kigali, Rwanda, and at the Kigali Arena. The Silverbacks, for the first time in history, were able to make it out of the group stages and on to the quarterfinals. Unfortunately, that hurdle was a hurdle that we are yet to jump because we weren't able to get past Cape Verde. However, a lot of positives came out from that, and now we just have to look further. Yeah. However, Emma, information coming in from Kigali is not so rosy about the situation of the Silverbacks and their financial situation.
Yeah.
The federation, through their vice president in charge of marketing, Arnold Katabi, and the president, Nasa Seronjoji, have not yet come out to put out an official communication concerning that particular situation, concerning the finances, concerning the fact that they were held up at the hotel, or concerning the fact that they got financial support. So we're still waiting on that. However, we live in a digital age, and the buzz online and the communication that has been running all over has been enormous, enormous in both ends, on the good, the bad, and actually I would put the third one on the ugly end. Yes.
Yeah, like you said, there's a lot of speculation, a lot of buzz going on social media, especially, on the basketball sites. It's a story that started from way back. Was supposed to go to Kigali 1 week before.
Yep.
There were no finances. Was supposed to go
supposed to have a camp
in Egypt,
in Alexandria.
Play some friendlies, but there was no money. So finally we get to Rwanda, couple of days before the tournament is supposed to start, and everything was going on well until we had one day that the Silverbacks were going to be kicked out, and I quote, you know, from the hotel that they were staying in.
Yes, and I remember there is actually a video of that from FUBA President Nasser Serunjoji before we played Nigeria, saying that the national team, the Silverbacks, had a debt of 360 million, and were not sure if he was not sure if we were going to be able to play Nigeria.
Again.
Yes, hopefully. And I would use the word miraculously, that situation was in a way resolved, and they were able to be let by the commissioners to play Nigeria. Now, we are out of the tournament, and the situation is not looking rosy at all.
I like how someone said on social media that FUBA and maybe NCS thought we're not going to win the Nigeria game, so they hadn't really planned on us staying long.
For our viewers out there, both here in Uganda and in the diaspora, remember we are live on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, and on our website, houseoftalentug.com. Feel free to put there your views, your comments, your remarks, and your cases, your disses, what we're discussing. Emma, I think we've not had quite a long thread on social media concerning the comments on this issue. And to our viewers out there, I would wish you to read out some of the views and comments concerning this particular topic that we're discussing at the moment.
If I just get my phone here. So Nasser Serunjoji, the FUBA president, put this out on social media and said the national men's basketball team would like to thank General M. Kainerugaba for coming to the rescue of the national basketball team in Kigali. The general has paid all our hotel bills and has personally ensured we leave Kigali with no credit. And it's, normally there are very few comments when, you post something on the basketball group.
When you just
but this one is flowing. Joseph Ikong says government must do its part. However, thank you very much, Commander. Someone else here says that there are very many comments. I don't even know which one to pick.
Because the thread has been rolling and rolling.
Makanga Godwin, one of the top fans of FUBA, says, more ashamed than proud. I want to thank the general, but where is the government? How far shall we go as we hope for well wishes? Richard Mbayo says, nonsense, foolish, rubbish. I think he was
using
really pissed off.
Very harsh words.
Yeah, so there's a lot of, talk here. Some people are happy for the team and their congrats messages, but some people are not really happy about the situation that the Silverbacks are going through, because on social media you realize that the information we are getting is kind of very different. Of Rwanda paid the hotel bill for us.
Yes, there was also a tweet, that tweet that also was trending.
So a lot of confusion is actually going on. And,
from the hotel.
Yes, there's a lot of speculation. So you don't know who to believe. Is FUBA trying to save face? Was the money paid for us? So we are also on speculation, but the hotel said that they would come out with an official, communication, which we are still waiting to get.
They invited fans and people to actually directly message them for them to give clarity before they put out the official statement. So, but so many times we've seen that someone can actually have a parody account of
the hotel.
Yes, and they're sitting somewhere on their phone or on their laptop or device, and they're the ones actually doing the tweeting.
Yeah, that is very possible. So we are all still in that state of confusion. But I think it's an issue that could have been solved from way back, because it started with the whole financial thing, and there was that the time we got money from the money lenders. Okay, money lender. We still don't know who the money lender is.
The time when we were going to play Morocco.
Yes.
FUBA president Nasser Serunjoji came out and said the team actually had to go to a money lender. To be salvaged and saved. To be able to make the trip down.
Yes. So we also don't know who the money lender is. I think that's where all the secrecy started from.
And the money which was delivered in a sack.
In a sack.
By Dr. Patrick Ogwell. The Federation said that money is going to be paid
to the money
lender,
yes,
who is anonymous as per now. The federation is not saying who the money lender is.
Yeah.
So the money which was in a sack, which was delivered
taken,
on camera.
I don't know if they delivered it to the money lender, whether they took it in the sack also. They had to
I remember us discussing that, because that is one of the moments at the end of the year when you ask me, one of the moments that I will not forget in basketball this year. That is definitely going to be among my top 10. FUBA president Nasa Serendoji receiving money in a white sack.
I think they should put up some kind of
award.
Like how the USPA gives awards to players. They should give awards for the most exciting moments.
At this level, in this day and age, that is something that should not be happening.
Yeah, especially to a national team.
Yeah, we've had discussions here on Slam Dunk Basketball Talk about leadership, professionalism, and the way organization should be handled. Now, from whatever is happening, before we get official statement and clarity, when you go down to leadership, professionalism, organization, the lessons that should be learned from the federation and the federation ESCOM committee should be enormous. I believe right now, FUBA General Secretary Hudson Segamweng should have a big notebook where he's noting down, because he has been to the show here and he has promised, yes, the federation is going to change. We're going to work on this. Now, some of the things that should be worked on are these that are happening right now. A clear line and path of communication. Second, a way to be organized. You have to get ahead of the crisis before the crisis gets ahead of you. I think that's what they teach in crisis communication.
I mean, the lessons have not only started. The lessons started way back from when we couldn't almost go for the under 16, then the ladies not going for their Afrobasket qualifiers. I believe, like you said, Hudson should have a book where he's writing all these things, and he should be writing all these lessons and really find solutions to all these things, because going forward, yes, we have got certain success reaching the quarterfinals, but I believe that with better preparation, with better planning, we could have made it even further.
Yes, but if you realize, Emma, the success and the success story of us actually making history and making it out of the group stages for the first time in Ugandan basketball history at Afro basketball level has now been watered down by this scenario that is happening. It has actually been really swept under the carpet.
I mean, these guys should be coming back to a victory party.
Yes, but they should be coming back and they should be praised. They should be delighted and
a lot of stuff,
Yes,
but they're coming back to a situation whereby now our minds are on were the bills paid?
Were the bills paid? Did you get your allowance?
Did you get your allowance? That is another
what
thing.
Was the situation down there? So it is a lot of things. And talking about allowance, there were various comments still online concerning that issue.
From the past national teams and national duty, certain players back in the day would actually tell you that we really haven't gotten our allowances yet. So I don't know if it's the same situation now. I believe that these guys should actually be given their allowances there and then for what they have done. I'm not sure what is happening. If we're already having financial problems, we can't pay for our stay at the hotel. Are we going to also pay our players? That is another question that we need to ask.
Yeah, definitely. It is Slam Dunk Basketball. We're discussing the Silverbacks, their journey at Afro Basketball, and the current situation down in Kigali. We'll return after this short break with your views, with your remarks. Remember, we are live on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and on our website, houseoftalentug.com. Welcome back. The show is Slam Dunk Basketball, and I am Felix Opal with Emmanuel Ateng. We are discussing the Silverbacks and their journey at Afro Basketball, the current situation going down there, and what actually lessons that the federation has to learn.
Yeah.
Earlier, the federation came out and put out a notice. They were hiring a CEO. With the current situation right now, this is the moment where the federation needs a CEO. However, they notified the media that applications were sent and a select number of names were shortlisted. However, the final selection was yet to be done. Now remember, the CEO is supposed to have a full-time job. The other members on the ESCOM committee of the federation are actually volunteers.
Yeah.
They're not paid a salary, irrespective of the FUBA technical director, Nicolas Nato-Harris.
Yeah.
So this is the moment whereby the CEO is needed to handle such situations.
Yeah.
But just like we were saying before we went for the break, organization. Because this is the time that you need someone like that to handle that.
Yeah.
The FUBA president has other responsibilities.
True.
The FUBA vice president in charge of marketing and publicity has other priorities.
Yeah.
FUBA general secretary also has other priorities. This is not a full-time job. Basically, they are volunteers.
Yeah.
So I was here wondering, and someone was asking me that if I was given that job, I would actually not take it right now of being a CEO.
I mean, if you put yourself in that hot soup right now, it would cause all eyes would be looking at you. You know, what are we going to do? What's going to happen with the team?
Yeah.
So it would be a tight spot. But I'm still also thinking, what happened to the CEO, you know?
Yes, the federation just went silent.
Yeah, they went silent.
I know that.
It was something that was, swept under the rug. Maybe they thought we wouldn't think about it because we had now Afrobasket qualifiers, we had the ladies and all these things. But I mean, if you've really advertised for a CEO post, does it take you that long to get someone who's that qualified with a short list that you already have?
Yeah, so they had a short list and they were going to finally select.
Yeah.
And there was also talk that there was a headhunt. They were headhunting in case the people in the short list were not meeting the right criteria or the right potential to fit the bill. Okay?
Yeah.
So this is a moment whereby the FUBA president should not be the one actually issuing out the letters, should not be the one getting all those calls from various media, should not be the one responding online to various fans, stakeholders, as the case has been for the past 24 hours, I think. Yes. This should be the time whereby you have a CEO who comes out, puts out an official statement, answers the key questions from the media, from the public, from the fans in an organized way. Because when you look at such a procedure, that is a procedure that if you're sitting back there and you're head of marketing of a particular organization, you're like, I would want to deal with such a federation. This is a federation that I would actually put my brand behind.
It looks more organized, you know?
Yes. But then with everything that is going on, when the league resumes and we get into next season, we're going to go back to the same song. Sponsorship, sponsors are not coming, finances.
No money for
but
the league.
What are you doing to actually attract those sponsors? They're going to look at your performance, reputation.
And I think we'll put ourselves in a good position because now basketball's, the Silverbacks have given a lot of visibility to basketball. And I think a lot of people are going to be interested in, coming to sponsor different teams, trying to grow the sport in Uganda. But also, I was just having a funny thought. The CEO, this would be the right time to employ him and let him deal with it.
I believe they're still checking the short list. Perhaps you should also actually throw in
my CV.
Yes, because all you need to do is take it to the FUBA offices down at Logogo, and hand it in.
But imagine I throw in my CV and I get the job there and then and tell me, you know what, now this is your situation, handle it.
Yes, well, the fact that you would have asked for the job means that you're ready and to take up on the mantle.
But that would be a setup, so to speak, But I think FUBA has a lot of stuff that they have swept under their, carpet, and they need to pull off that carpet and really just clean the whole thing,
They just need to actually not pull out the entire carpet. They just need to break the house
and build it up again.
Build it up again. That is in my view. Because when you look at the images there, look at the Kigali Arena.
Yeah, that's a
when you look at that and you compare it to Lugogo, you're like.
And basketball has really grown. You know, represented by Uganda, South Sudan, by Rwanda, and by Kenya. I know Tanzania is still lagging behind a bit, and Burundi is yet to come. Yeah. But you know, having 4 of these teams from East Africa making it all the way, to the second round is a very good thing. It shows that there's positivity, in African basketball. It's really growing.
And in the region,
yes,
mostly.
in the region. That is what we need to see. I think in no time we're going to have a lot of players, in the NBA, playing in other leagues. And FUBA, we should really pick a leaf from what, Ferroaba has done. And yeah, like you said, let's break it down, rebuild it.
Yeah, but in my view, it's not about just taking out the carpet so that you can sweep the dust there. Yeah. We shouldn't actually pick a leaf from Ferroaba. We should take a tree. We should take the entire tree.
With its roots.
Yes, because the level of organization, like when you're watching, the preparation, the commentary, like everything is like
it's almost like watching an NBA game.
Yes, the way the way the teams are organized, how every team has people stewards showing them where they should be, where they should be going, and the precautions mostly during these COVID times that were taken. Teams had to be screened, every player had to be retested. Teams had to first be put in a mini isolation for them to ensure that they don't have any scares of actually reaching there. And prior to a game, a few hours, a player tests positive.
But they handled it even with when the Cameroon team had a couple of cases. You'd think the whole team would be disqualified, but they handled it really well. Retested the players, and Cameroon wasn't kicked out. They were still they isolated the players who actually had issues, who were positive, and then they retested the other entire team. And they were able to play. Also, on another perspective, we'll talk about the Kigali Arena. It's not only good for basketball, it's good for business as a general thing. Because imagine we have such, let's say Namboli was, to that standard. You have a lot of these hotels and a lot of restaurants, a lot of job creation that is going to happen. So you're using basketball as a vehicle to actually create change in a nation. And Rwanda, it's a smaller nation than Uganda, but that itself has created a lot of jobs, a lot of opportunities, and now the NBA is going to Rwanda and all these things. So it's something that we should really look into as a country. Sports should be somewhere up there,
Yeah, it should be up there. I have 2 colleagues down there in Rwanda, and they're telling me that the businessmen around Amahoro have been smiling from the start of the tournament because business has skyrocketed. Now, for the fans that have been droning down there to actually watch the games and watch. So you look at the fact that such an arena is affecting the entire economy positively, the entire community positively, because shops, supermarkets, all of that, they're benefiting because they have high turnovers now. There are more numbers there, and that even works more for the tourism of the country itself. So you look at the impact that one project can actually have, not just on the economy, but even on the lives and livelihoods of various people.
And imagine this is during COVID times where there are restrictions. So imagine a situation whereby there was no COVID. This would have been, I believe, 50 times more than what it was at that time. So we always cry about, Uganda, we don't have jobs. People are coming out of, campus with qualifications, but there are no jobs. We have journalists who are there with no jobs. But it's amazing how just putting up one of those things can actually create jobs for a lot of people. Imagine how many cameras were in that stadium, both video and just image cameras, those are people being employed, the editors that were there, the commentators, the people cleaning, basketball has reached a point where the security staff,
the people selling apparel outside,
so basketball has reached that point whereby it's not only about the game, it's more than the game, it's a way of actually boosting the economy,
because the federation also needs to look at basketball as a marketing tool.
Yeah.
Look at it in a commercial sense.
Yeah.
And right now, here, FUBA is not looking at it in that sense.
Yeah. Yeah, so something good for us to look at. But I know we're coming to the end of the show, but one interesting thing. When I was going through social media, I saw a post from FUFA.
The famous one. It made rounds.
It made rounds, you know. I was happy that they jumped onto the bandwagon of, you know.
they wanted to congratulate the team, but unfortunately, they mistook the Silverbacks
to be the Gazelles.
Yeah. We'll really come back after this short break with your comments and your views from Facebook and Twitter. It is Slam Dunk Basketball. Welcome back from that short break. Emma, before we went for the short break, we were discussing the famous tweet from FUFA that went around after our win against Nigeria.
Yeah, you know, the thing about social, if it was in the past, you know, it would have gone under. Yeah. But this social media, everyone who saw it just took a screenshot.
the moment they took down the tweet,
yeah.
But people had already...
We still have it in our phones. You know? They really can't escape.
Yeah.
But on the positive side, you know, it was really good to see that football and, you know, basketball having that kind of friendship. I believe also the football, we had a qualifier, or we're going to have a qualifier sometime.
Yes.
And it's good to see that they jumped on the bandwagon, you know, to congratulate us.
And they've been following.
Yeah, they're also following us. So it was a really good thing to see for me.
And also on the other positive note, our parliamentarians were heavily congratulating the team. And hopefully they can also come to the rescue.
Yeah.
In coming times to actually not just congratulate but also help out on the team, or help the team actually get avenues of gaining revenue, so that the national Silverbacks who are wearing our national flag, who are representing the country, are actually not going to be running to money lenders.
Yeah, that's a very unfortunate situation. But I also heard that still speculations that we're setting up an account where we can actually support the Silverbacks.
That is something actually which I was very, very enthusiastic about. A certain group of fans and enthusiasts, stakeholders came up and were on social media still using various platforms, mostly Twitter and Facebook. And their suggestion was, if we have made it this far, we love our team, we support it, these are our boys, these are our brothers, these are our friends, why don't we come up with a fundraising drive, and however little we can actually contribute, of course it can make a difference. And that is something that I highly and highly appreciate. And it is something that I myself, I am willing to be behind that, because we have further engagements coming up, not just for the Silverbacks, but even for the under-18, the junior Silverbacks, the junior Gazelles.
Yeah, we have 3-on-3 tournaments coming up.
We have a 3-on-3 tournament that is coming up, that is meant to be hosted at the Lugogo hockey grounds. So if the fans ourselves, because just like you say, charity starts at home. Be the change that you want to see. Now that is an initiative that I believe strongly can work. But then it also goes down to the one question: how will it be managed? We have seen so many come up and tap.
I think that's why we need the CEO again. Yeah, so I think we need someone independent of the federation to manage that money. And, you know, they can just work together with the federation, but the federation shouldn't have control of that money, because we're not sure what will happen to it. But if there's someone external...
Some of it might be paid to a money lender.
We might pay the rest of our debt. Yeah, but someone external, maybe from the funds, you know, someone... They can create a committee, you know, so that when we need the money, it's given as a contribution to the national team from the funds, which is a very good thing.
My main question, Emma, was how will it be managed? How will we decide that this goes to Junior Gazelles, this one's... because remember, when you collect public funds,
Yeah.
you are accountable to the public.
Yes.
So they will ask you, how are you going to account for my money? Even if someone, FUBA vice president in charge of marketing and publicity, to the fans out there, they are watching, and the various comments actually coming in. Emma is going to be reading 2 or 3 of them. Your work is cut out. As a federation and as you in charge of the office of marketing and publicity, an official statement clarifying and clearing the situation needs to be put out there.
True.
To the public, to the fans, to the key stakeholders.
Yeah.
It will do a very, very good service instead of having the fans actually speculate, talk for you. Because just like they say in a crisis, if you don't come out to explain yourself, the third parties explain for you.
And they'll give their own perspective.
Definitely. So in his capacity and in his office, he has to come out and explain, clarify that particular issue. The team is meant to fly back on 6th.
That's next week.
Yeah, hopefully there will be a press conference. We do not know yet if there will be a press conference and any communication, but at the moment it's still speculation, and it is not good. To our fans out there, just 2-3 comments.
Yeah, one comment coming in says that FUBA should clean up its act. I think that's what we've been talking about.
Yeah,
but I want to end the show on a good note and just read some congratulation messages from here. One fan says that thank you for representing Silverbacks, but my KIU Titans boss NASA, let's market the Silverbacks. That's what he says. Someone else here saying that Silverbacks have had an amazing tournament. Whatsoever what, Ferwaba and the country is a whole has treated you friendly. Fair play. Then someone says, "Wame, enjoy your stay in Kigali."
Wame, enjoy your stay in Kigali. As we wind up the show, the Silverbacks from Slam Dunk Basketball Talk, thank you so much for doing us proud. Thank you so much for putting your hearts out there. Thank you so much for actually not disappointing. Thank you so much for proving the critics wrong. From me, my name is Felix Saupal. I've been with Emmanuel Ateng. We'll catch you next time on Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
An army of sheep led by a lion will beat an army of lions led by a sheep. That's a fake. Yeah. So let's be very honest about this thing and really understand that you need to understand where you lie and where you fall. So it's very important for us to understand that leadership has to be definitive. You can't be laissez-faire. It has to be definitive. You have to be strong, just like a lion. You know, when a lion meets an elephant or a buffalo or whatever, the buffalo and all these animals run away. And yet, by the way, they are stronger than the lion. They are heavier than the lion. They are more intelligent than the lion. They are taller than the lion. They run away. The lion, because of its attitude, it sees lunch. That is a leader.
Mr. Tony Trapp, thank you very much for coming to the CEO bench. And I want to ask you, so if you were elected the President of the Republic of Uganda today, what would be your first State of Nation address? Now, as you look into the camera and close the show.
I think my first State of the Nation address would first of all to... I think I'll just close it down.
It is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila, and my guest this morning or this afternoon from whichever part of the world that you are catching or watching the CEO Bench from is Jennifer Okusia of Bosco Uganda. She is the new executive director.
The war.
Yeah.
It started in a way to kind of connect the people in the northern region. If you know very well, that time, us who came from the north, it was very difficult to travel. Say from Makerere when I was a student, crossing over to the West Nile region. So it was really, really hard because of the war. In the park, it was always such, how do I say, very stressful moment. You always had fear because of the war that was going on. At that time, the rebels had abducted people. There were many people living in internally displaced camps. So, and there was kind of very little information coming from that side about the facts, what was really going on in the region. And the owners, the founders of Bosco Uganda, there is a priest called Father Joseph Okumu and a friend from the USA called Gus. They had the idea of establishing ICT centers within the camp, within the internal displaced people's camps, with the idea of connecting, the camps with the world, so that the people in the region are able to express themselves and tell their own stories, and also get to connect with the outside world, so that people get to see what is happening. And if you remember very well, the Archbishop, who is still the one, Archbishop Odama, that time children would sleep on the streets because it was not safe. And you remember the time when he joined them to sleep on the streets. Very young children, as old as 3 years, 4 years, had to leave their homes to come and sleep on the street. So there was a need to share information about what is going on in the region. And also, it was established in a way to enable people speak out about their lives, so that people get to understand really the situation in the context. So Bosco was established to kind of connect people from one camp to another. So the first connection was in Pabo camp, and then we thought of establishing additional camps, like additional sites in other camps. So using a voice over telephony system. And also I could say that Bosco and the founders were really visionary in a way that they started having wireless network connection already in the camps, that early. So what we are today is an organization that has now established about 54 ICT centers. These are information communication technology centers in communities, in the rural communities, basically to connect the unconnected, end the digital isolation, and enable people, using the internet to reach out to the world, access information. And Bosco does not only do connection in the communities, but also the organization supports other, NGOs, other organizations, and the Archdiocese, the institution of the Archdiocese, with connectivity. And it is a not-for-profit organization. It's a private, not-for-profit organization. So we don't do it for profit at all, but it is about the community and about extending services to the places where you find the main companies like MTN and others are not reaching, because the northern region, as you know, because of the war, fell behind on many development indicators. So access, even roads, are not very easy. So you find Bosco Uganda and its network, the wireless network, up to Pabo. You find it in Gago district. You find in really all the Acholi districts, and also in Lango. And we've also established some ICT centers in the West Nile. It expanded from connecting people towards also building skills of people, like basic skills on computer, so that people are able to use it, and work. And recently we did some interesting work with Lacho Hospital, trained a number of health workers, tutors, and today, as you know, with COVID, more than ever, digitalization is highly appreciated. It's the way to go, and Bosco continues to give people skills on basic computer and also connect them so that they're able to, reach out the world and do their work.
Wow. Jennifer, what a beautiful story right there. I want to take you back a little bit from a personal point of view. You've talked about Bosco. Now we understand that it's not the Bosco, the Katala of the city, but it's really the Bosco, the Katala of the village or of the community. That's the most important thing about it. I want to take you back to a more personal question. Who is Jennifer Okusia?
A simple lady.
Yeah?
Humble lady. I am a Ugandan.
Yeah.
And I'm from Moyo district. My dad is from Moyo, and my mother was from Arua, so she was a Lubera. I'm a Madi. How do I say? I'm 41 years old. I look so young, but I'm 41 years old.
Yeah.
And I studied in Makerere University. I started from studying in Arua. Arua was my school time, primary school in Arua. Arua Hill Primary School, which now is hosting, I think they are setting up a football pitch there.
Yeah.
And then I studied Muni Girls Secondary School, a wonderful school. And then I came to Makerere University.
Yeah.
So all my life I've been living up in the north in West Nile in Arua, and I studied development studies, bachelor's in development studies from Makerere University. Then after a few years I did my postgraduate in business management, and then I did a master's with Uganda Matters University in development studies as well. Wow. So I'm a woman who, I would say I'm a development worker.
Yes.
Very passionate about social development and transformation of lives.
Wow. Jennifer, you were nominated to come onto the CEO Bench. The program that you're on right now is called the CEO Bench. The CEO Bench exists to, you know, spotlight people who are on a good leadership journey from self-leadership to community leadership to national leadership and to, you know, infinity leadership, if that exists, which we know it does. Yeah. But the people who nominated you seems to have to believe that you're doing something good. And so whenever we have nomination to bring people to the CEO Bench, we're looking at their leadership abilities, we're looking at their level of change management, how do they manage change from one place to the next, because you're growing into ladder, and CEO Bench, you know, shine lights on people who are on the top, and those who are either on the top coming down or those who are going to the top. You've recently been appointed as the new executive director of Bosco Uganda. And I guess that is the reason why there's spotlight on you at the moment. And on the CEO Bench, we want to know from you. We've asked you the question with Jennifer, and what is your story like as a person, growing up as a girl child from Arua, from Moyo? I mean, did you ever see yourself where you are today? What was the story like?
As I said before, I came from a humble family, a family of 5 people, 5 children. A father and a mother recently passed on. May God rest their soul in eternal peace. Yeah. But I grew up like many other young girls in this country who are from the countryside, not very advantaged with life. My mother was an ophthalmologist, and actually she's a mentor to me because she's one of the first people to come in Arua district in the 1990 to kind of give awareness about eyes, about the eye, you know, the cataracts, and she was able to, you know, operate people's eyes and they were able to see. So my mother was passionate about work, and some of the values I draw today are from my mother. Yeah. She was for me such a model because she really somehow kind of single-handedly raised us. Although I had a father, he was, you call him an electrical engineer. Yeah. And he kind of retired early. So in the early 94, my dad, for some reason, decided to get early retrenchment. So he left the burden of care to my mother. So my mother was raising nearly 5 children on her own. Yeah. I am the third born in the family. Yeah. I had a stepbrother, he's passed on. My elder sister is in police keeping mission now. Myself, and then 2 siblings, a boy and a girl, and then we had a cousin that was with me. But what I'm telling this story because as a mother, women, I'm relating so much to women and what they go through, families, what they go through. Yeah. So I had a mother who was doing everything she could do to raise nearly the children alone, although the husband was there. Yeah. It was hard for us because I experienced also hardship, poverty, and I know what it means. Yeah. And one of them, I remember in the university we had a course called Poverty and Development. I didn't have to study it. I'm like, you know what, poverty. You
are the course itself.
I'm like, I am the course itself. So this one, no need to study. Yes, so I had to pass it very highly because I understood. Yeah. It was a tough life because, you know, civil service work, the payments, and it was hard to pay school fees for many children. So Well, in short, I had to stand out as a leader already as a child. I was helping my mother in running her clinic that she was using to get some income. So when she's in the hospital, I would take care of the clinic and be like a nurse. So I started that actually by primary school and went on to secondary. But when I reached senior 6, I said, no, this is illegal. I can't do this. So it's a profession and you've got to become a nurse, you know, a doctor. And I had to leave it. But that in short, we had challenges as far as school fees is concerned. You know, a single parent really, I would say, not very easy to raise it. So, you know, when you're in school those days, you carry yourself as a lady, even on a bicycle. You carry yourself to school, fall on the way as you go with your luggage, but you come back. And so it was a struggle with school fees for us. But one thing that made me think already at that time, I was a leader in various settings. I was an active leader in the youth category, I would say. We had what they call the young Christian students. I was a leader right from secondary school, and I was the head of the section in the school. Even at the district, I was a publicity secretary. And eventually, when I came to Makerere, I was the vice national leader. So in this YCS, I'm saying it because there were so much values that we drew from being...
There's leadership
instilled in you. So we had so much values. Then we were really like, you know, you had to be, we had themes like models for change. The leader is, you know, you have to go to be a model for change. You know, there were so many values. So what we did was that even in school, you had to identify where are the problems and kind of, as students, try to resolve the problems within the school and outside. But I was also an UNSA chairperson in the school, and also in the district, I was also a leader. And so these things helped me a lot. And one thing that I knew that I said, in our family, you know, we were born on the other side, not very privileged like others, but you needed to work hard to be better. I knew that to be successful, you've got to work hard. And as a woman, I never believed in getting handouts from men or, you know, having a boyfriend or something as a short, you know, as a way of meeting your basic needs. It is very costly. So the only way out was education. And I really did believe, and up to today, I value so much education, that no matter what, education is the way out. And I knew that if I succeed, my siblings will not have to suffer. They had to get education. And that's what I did. As soon as I finished the university and got my first volunteer job as a lecturer, you know, I was never afraid of challenges because you had to face challenges and deal with them. So it built me up. I kind of became very strong, and there's nothing that I would be afraid of. And something that I drew from my early childhood, the motto of the schools, like the primary school. In Arohi, it was saying, I will try, come what may. And then, no, it was hard work pays, actually. Then in Munigals, it was, I will try, come what may. So there's nothing that can defeat you. So you pick up yourself and move. So for girls, I really do believe that even today, when you look at the context we are with COVID, and we hear so many cases of girls getting pregnant, I really want to speak to them that, you know, challenges are there in life, but you never give up. You've got to fight on and really believe in God. But what keeps us moving is that faith in God. When you have God in your heart and you really, really believe in the values that come from, you know, from your faith, it can move you to mountains. It can move mountains from your life, actually. You can actually overcome so much and be what you want to be. So I was a leader, I would say by default or whatever, but I was always in leadership. And I believe that for every problem, there is a solution. And there's no problem that is permanent. You can always overcome it.
Well, we're talking to Jennifer Okusia Erejo. We're yet to know the names that sounds from the eastern part of Uganda, but yet she's talking of the West Nile part of the country. Of course, the West Nile part of Uganda is a part of the country from the northern part of Uganda. If you're watching the show from anywhere across the world, it's a CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela. Jennifer Okusia Erejo is the new executive director of Bosco Uganda, an organization based out of the northern part of Uganda. 14 years of doing community work around, and she's been promoted to the executive director spot, and therefore the vote came to us to have her on the show. You've just had the first part of the interview with Jennifer, where we're talking about Who is Jennifer? What are you? You know, growing up, what did you want to be? What was it like? We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Jennifer and I will dive more into what excites her as we move towards the discussion about her role as a woman leader. Not just a woman leader, taking over from a sport that is usually men, and moreover in the Catholic Church. What a story right there. Stay right there, I'll be right back after the break. Welcome back from that break. This is the CEO Bench. This evening, depending on which part of the world you are actually watching the program from, is Jennifer Okusia Erejo. Jennifer, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
First of all, let's talk about your name, the set of your names. One would think you hail from the eastern part of the country, where my friends who hail from that part keep saying that they come from the land of the wise men. The eastern part of Uganda is Teso. How did you acquire the name from Teso?
Actually, that name is not from Teso.
Yes.
But I always find, whenever I say I'm Okusia, people think I'm from Teso. And I always get people greeting me in the language.
Yes.
And all I could, respond maybe with the response, and that's it. But it's actually named from West Nile.
From West Nile.
From Arua.
Yeah. What does it mean, by the way?
It means because of woman.
Because of woman. Okusia?
Yes.
Wow. And Erejo?
Erejo is actually my husband's name.
Okay. Is he also from the West Nile?
Yes, he's from Arua.
So this is just a coincidence that both of you have the names from, the northern part and the eastern part of the country. But welcome back. So now we know that Okusia means it's because of a woman.
Oh, woman, yes.
Wow. Jennifer, what excites you right now that you are a new executive director of this new organization? Let's dive into it briefly.
Thank you. Before I became an executive director, I was working with an organization called Horizon 3000, an Austrian organization for development cooperation. I was working for many years with them, at least 13 years, and in the area of programming, like project development. So it was an amazing work to see what people were doing, plan with them projects that have big impacts on lives. So projects on water and sanitation, agriculture, and so on. And Bosco Uganda was one of the partner organizations of Horizon 3000. I decided to leave. I was working in Kampala here, but I decided to go up north to the ground because I felt I needed to have better impact on the ground, kind of relate to the people on the ground and plan projects that actually transform lives. So what really is passionate for me is designing projects or interventions that really transform lives. And for an organization, of course, you're looking at ensuring their systems working, their structures. So I went to Bosco Uganda with the passion of supporting the organization to further grow, to look into their structures and systems and processes, and also to ensure that whatever we're doing to the communities will transform lives. Now, when you look at ICT, for instance, there's so much you can do beyond connectivity. If you look at the education sector right now, we have so many, my children have lost 2 years at home for staying at home.
Wow.
The lower level children, they have lost time. Now, what can you do? What can ICT do? What can you do to bridge the gap? And so we see that there is so much with ICT that we can actually do now to transform lives. I started from a rural school, and we had to sit national exams. With schools that have the privilege of power, that time we used to use, this hurricane lab. Yes, but you see the same national exams. But now with ICT, with government, things have changed. We now at least have connectivity, although not reaching to many rural places yet. With Bosco Uganda, I could see the opportunity of how ICT, their work can transform lives. Not only, by the way, they don't only do ICT, we also have solar. We do solar installations. There is one school called John Paul II, a secondary school in Gulu, that received the 30 kilowatt solar energy in partnership with Accenture and the University of Notre Dame. And that has transformed that school completely. they were off-grid, but now they have power. It means the learning hours for students has increased, teachers able to access information on the net. Bosco Uganda also supports network, the intranet system, so you can build, you know, an intranet where you can collaborate. So we partnership, for instance, with UNICEF. They established Colibri. They worked on the Colibri content and helped schools to access that. So more than ever now, with ICT, what excites me is that you can actually have education materials available in a school or even in a center, in an ICT center. So what we want to do as Bosco Uganda, in those centers that are already established, for instance, have content there so that even students who are at home, those who go from, you know, the day scholars, secondary school, can go to the library, to the ICT centers, and get education material, whether it is videography or do some research in the centers in the rural areas, because all those centers are powered with solar. So even if they're not having access to the national grid, they can still run, you know, on solar, because we establish low-powered, you know, computers and with solar backup. So it excites me so much to see the opportunity of what we can do, even especially now that schools are closed, that children can still access materials from these ICT centers, from even one of our ICT centers in Badege, which is in the Gulu city. You come in there and actually you can do your online learnings from there. And for me, that is so exciting. That's only in ICT, in education. But when you look at health as well, so much can be done to digitalize the health sector and improve, you know, on service delivery. So I just want to say in summary that there is so much that I saw that Bosco Uganda could do beyond what they were doing, like connectivity, build up more content and have this available in the rural areas. Network the ICT centers so that every centers in the rural areas, from Pade, Gulu, Kitgum, you know, they have the content and people can work there, have internet access, but have an intranet system where you can get data. I mean, get information, content, rich content that you on biology, on physics, even on mathematics. So this is what really excites me. And besides that also, I think I love working with people and, as I said, transforming lives. I really want to see lives changed. Whatever we do, we must account for results, and starting from, say, the individual. If your program does not change lives.
Wow. Jennifer, we're going to go straight on that note to the leadership part of this interview. I mean, the program you're on, you know, focused on leadership, change management, and transformation. And you've touched a little bit there. So I want to go straight to leadership. Having heard you speak about what excites you in this new role that you are in right now, and it gives me an opportunity to ask a question. On the question of leadership, what is your understanding of true leadership, from self to leadership at family level, to leadership at community level, to leadership at where you are right now, which is organizational level?
All right.
What is your understanding of leadership?
First of all, I do believe that everyone is a leader. And we are leaders in different capacities, right from home. Even we see children take up leadership. As I said, when I was young, I was supporting my parents to, you know, bring income at home and also to care for the others. In an early age, just as soon as I finished my university and I got a job, I had to take over responsibility to support the siblings to also get education. All of them got a degree. I was the first graduate in the family. And I do believe even at family levels, when you see the husband and wife, you know, they always believe men are the heads of the family. But we've seen so many women do so much in the family, and it's not recognized. Leadership for me is when you recognize that you have something to offer, when you recognize you have passion to do something, you can inspire others, and you actually are committed to what you do and to the values that you have. I think for me that is leadership. So the values that carry you right from your childhood to your workplace and even to the society. It's not about how good you speak, it's about the things that you do. The things that you say you will do, and do you actually do them? Do you inspire people to go to greater heights? And another thing I think in leadership is about the transformation. Are you able to leave people behind in a better way? and that is important.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking to Jennifer Okusia Ereju. I need to get that name correct. She's the Executive Director of Bosco Uganda. Bosco Uganda is an international, or rather a local organization that is going international from Uganda, based in northern part of Uganda. It's been there for 14 years. She's been nominated as our guest on the CEO bench today. And I think that those who nominated her surely had the reason for their vote to bring her to the CEO bench. And Jennifer, we want to say thank you, because the things you speak about are quite very serious stuff. I want to take you to the next question. On that note that you have now talked to us about what leadership is, your understanding of leadership, who is a leader to you, and are you one? If yes, what type of a leader are you, Jennifer?
I am a leader, and I think a transformational leader.
Yes.
In the mix with a democratic kind of leadership. But I think, as I said, leadership is what you, when you believe you can do something, you stand out.
Yes.
You know, you stand out and do something. Like, as I said, in the early ages as a youth, you find there is need for something. You mobilize solutions. That is leadership for me. Yeah. You, like right now in the organization, you're looking at how do I put up systems and structures that would help the organization to function even beyond my existence. That is a good trait of a leader. A leader has to raise up other people. You must be visionary. That is something that I think is in any good leader. You must have a vision. You must be able to see the future and work towards that. Set up some goals and be able to achieve that. And as I said, for me, it's so important that whatever we're doing has to have an impact on people. And we must account for results. So as a leader, you must set up plans, you must set up, you know, what you want to change and be able to account for that.
Wow. Jennifer, on that note, I want to take you straight to this question. So, we now know you said you're a transformational leader. What type of a leader are you, or will you be at Bosco Uganda, now that you're going in as the freshest executive director? Moreover, the first female in that organization, taking over from people who have a huge portfolio. I mean, I look at the person that you're taking over from, and I realize that it's not just a simple role that you're going to take, but you're actually taking over a role that requires you to transform that organization and give meaningful lives to those who work in that organization, as well as the communities in that area, and Uganda as a country. Okay, so what kind of a leader will you be at Bosco Uganda?
A leader that values people and their contributions. Also, I think a leader who looks at, I like to work with people who are committed. In whatever we do, we have got to be committed. It's not about the money, it's not about the status, but it's about what we do, a servant leadership. So being on the ground and doing actually the work. I just came from a study that we are doing in the West Nile in the health sector to understand the challenges so that we work on a digital solution in partnership with Accenture, that is supporting JICA and the Ministry of Health, to look around the digitalization and finding solutions that would help improve information, how do I say, data collection and analysis and decision taking to actually support informed decision taking. And I think that is something. I was on the ground. I was driving to some of the locations, the health centers, to be there and see them. So it's not about directing people, but I was on the field with the team, understanding and leading them through the challenges. We had so many challenges, but we had to go through. So you lead by action and lead by example. So for me, it's about being very true. There are values that you cherish, that you carry. Issues around honesty. I'm a very honest person, and I love facts. I love facts. I'm in my leadership, I'm looking at, you know, if you say we've done this, can we account for it? Are we truthful in what we say we have done? And can we actually prove that our activities make a difference? And can we distinguish what we're doing from other contribution and acknowledge what others are doing? So for me, accountability is very critical. Transparency in whatever we do is very, very important. And above all, how do I say, the values that we carry along, integrity, issues around the ethics, these are really very important. I want to see our interventions truly transform lives. If we're saying we're going to a school and support the school, what concretely can we get out? What can they say?
Yeah.
What change have we brought to that school?
Yeah.
You know, we would love to see people actually speak about that change.
Yeah.
And not for us to speak for them and say, we did this actually, but people should be able to, you see, you carry the people along. I would say actually, for whatever intervention you're doing, put the people in the driving seat.
Yeah.
So that the communities themselves are part of that intervention that you're coming up with.
Wow.
Even as an organization,
Yeah.
you want to live, you want the organization to continue beyond you.
Yeah.
So you're setting up a legacy that, how do I say, future generations will remember because of the things you did. Wow. Not the things that you say you will do, but actually what you did.
Yes.
So that is very important. And leadership should
Yes,
be accountable.
Yeah.
And you've got to be truthful.
Yeah.
You've got to be transparent
Yeah.
in whatever you do.
Yeah.
And that is very, very important for me. So that's what I bring in Bosco. I want the truth. I would love that whatever we say we have done can be provable. If you want to check it out, check our work.
Wow.
So that is important.
Wow. We are talking to Jennifer Okusia, the Executive Director of Bosco Uganda, right here on the CEO bench. And she's telling us about her leadership journey. Self-leadership for me is quite very important for a leader. And I think that Jennifer quite account for that effectively. And of course, we are talking to Jennifer about her role as the Executive Director at Bosco Uganda. Do you have a question for Jennifer? Do you see a lady who is on the rise to the top who is perfectly befitting of being on the CEO bench because she's a lady on the rise to the top? And we're going to take a break, but just before we take a break, Jennifer, I want to ask you one more question to, sum up the leadership part, and then we'll come back and talk about change management and particularly the things that you want to do or you're going to do at Bosco Uganda. And my question on the leadership, to sum it up, is basically about what is your understanding of leadership at the personal level? Most people don't understand leadership at personal level. They don't know how to separate the two. They are stuck in one place, don't know how to move and how to move, but yet we're seeing Jennifer moving from one place to the next. And what is your understanding of leadership at the family level? Most people think that if you're personally very effective as a leader, you are going to be effective at the family level. And that is not true. Sometimes the family dynamics is different because it can break you down. For example, if you decide to go and there's a problem between you and Mr. Reggio today and there's no understanding between the two of you, chances are that if personal effectiveness as a leader is not going to be seen at Bosco Uganda. How? What is your understanding of that? And we want to know, what is your understanding of leadership at a society level? There are dynamics that needs to be managed at that point. There are things that a leader needs to look at that point. You've talked about the quantifiable, justifiable, measurable metrics of a leader, that the impact should be seen. But we want to dive straight to understand, what is your understanding of that, as well as at the corporational level, which is where you are right now, and at the national level. There are dynamics that play in as you talk about transformation. Can you share and shed more light on that one?
Okay, thank you very much. At a personal level, I think it is, for me, it is again the values that you have and carrying those values with you. For instance, now I have raised up children, not only my own children, I've raised quite a number of children. I'm here for work, I've been out for a month, and they're managing. My children are managing, the elder ones are able to manage the younger ones without any issues. Young girls who are my absence at home, a month away from home and everything is okay. That shows you that even at personal level, there is leadership. Of course, at family, you have the husband and the wife. Sometimes the wife is very strong and vocal, and the husband is a bit timid. But I think it's about understanding. And I am not really the kind of feminist people like, all these stereotypes about women and men. I really do believe about equity. Fairness in whatever we do, whether it's because of race or gender or religion. We've got to be fair to each other, and we want to see women and men, receive equitable treatment. At the level of leadership at the organization, you want fairness, even for pay, to female employees or male employees. Look at the competence of your people, look at the commitment of the people. It shouldn't be about because it's a woman or a man. For me, leadership is the character that you bring in, and it can be natural. You can harness the leadership as you go on. I can't say I'm an excellent CEO.
Yeah.
You know, I am still starting.
Yeah.
But I do believe in the values that will take me to where I want to be.
Yeah.
The vision that I have for the organization.
Yeah.
You know, and being able to have the right networks, associating with people who have similar understanding of what they want to do,
Yeah.
even in the society, and that's it.
Yeah.
At society level, we look at how to go with the communities.
Yeah.
It's so important that whatever we do,
Yeah.
communities own it.
Yeah.
So you do not want to be, how do I say, a big talker
Yeah.
and never an implementer. And that is why you see sometimes people who you hold very highly at a higher level because they hold very important positions. But when you get to know them personally, you're very disappointed because there seems to be a mismatch in the values that they carry right from home and there. So outside they may look so good, but internally at home they're having other kind of values.
Yeah.
So for me, a leader, whether you are seen or not seen, are you doing the right thing? As a leader, you've got to do the right thing. You do the right thing whether people appreciate it or not. Take the tough decisions,
Yeah.
even when others are not happy. But most important for me at organization, legacy, it is being able to raise other people and let other people, if you've left, if you are, raise other people so that when you go, there is no gap. You
And
get
Jennifer's
it?
left.
Yes, and everybody
And
collapses.
then everybody collapses, yes.
That is very important. You must carry people along. Give the people opportunity, give them higher tasks so that you're building up capabilities within your people. Give them tasks, move to higher levels. So that when you go, you not hold on. I've seen that challenge sometimes with organizations when the people hold on and they don't give you the chance to be what you want to be. You have conflicted visions. It's so important because even leadership at the board level, how are you aligning yourself with the CEO to ensure that the systems that you're putting in place are working, putting in structures, and moving beyond an individual, how do I say it? Is it a structure?
Yes.
You know, the organizations that depend on individuals.
Customs, yes.
It's very dangerous
Yeah.
because it will collapse.
Yeah.
It should be building systems and structures and internal processes that will help a system to function even without you. And that's what I stand for, and that's what I really believe on.
Wow.
And if I had the opportunity to get additional funding, I think there's so much that we can do. From what we've been doing in the study and seeing the gaps that are there, very sad. I have moved to the communities in the West Nile, nearly most of the districts, 12 districts of West Nile, and I have seen the challenges that women face, men face, from infrastructure issues in the health centers. They're very inadequate. I've looked at, you see you have a health center too, and by structure they're not supposed to offer deliveries.
Yes.
It's OPD. But some of the health centers are located in a very distant place.
Yeah.
They are the only health center in the radius of over 10 kilometers or even 20. And people need services, they need health service. So when you see mothers are dying, it's because there's a gap in leadership. What can we do to ensure that we build up institutions, we build up structures, we build up systems that would meet the needs of our people? And that is very important. So whatever interventions we do, we've got to ensure that these are able to transform lives. So if I'm in the health sector, what can I do to change lives?
Wow. We're talking to Jennifer Okosia Erejo. I think is a very powerful woman, well set with all our goals, ready to go and conquer the world at Bosco, Uganda. This is not Bosco the Katala of the city of Kampala. This is Bosco the Katala of the city of the community in northern part of Uganda. We'll be right back after the break. This is the CEO Bench. It is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila and welcome back from that break. In the studio with me is the Executive Director of Bosco Uganda, an organization that deals in ICT management in rural areas in northern part of Uganda. 14 years of existence, and of course the Executive Director, the new Executive Director, the female taking over from a man in a Catholic organization is not an easy place to be. Jennifer, welcome back to the program.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before we went for a break, you were talking so much about leadership and change management, leadership and transformation, leadership and the things that excite you and the things that you're going to do. I want to take you straight, Jennifer. Change management is our next part of the show, and then we'll go to transformation as we close the show. What is your understanding of change management, and which principles do you always apply when moving out from an organization? That's one. And how do you communicate it as well as manage the expectations to where you're going? Like right now, you've left an organization, you're going to Bosco, Uganda. All right? your next address is there. How do you manage to tell people you're leaving where you've been for 13 years? And then how do you manage the expectations of where you're going, where you're going to start another journey, most probably another 13 years. And not everyone finds this very easy. Not everyone is able to leave their job to move. Most people are stuck in one place and they're wondering what to do and how to go about it. They don't even know. But yet we see you and we have you here on the CEO bench as the next executive director of Bosco Uganda. What is your understanding of change management in that regard, in that context?
Well, that's a broad theme. I don't know where to start from, but I think change management is like managing change.
Yes.
So you kind of, whether it's at a personal level or an organization level,
Yeah.
you want to, there's something that you want to change. So for me, it is about, first of all, understanding where you are and then defining what kind of change you want to see. I can give an example. For instance, for programs, when you are designing a program, it is so critical to understand where you are. Like what we're doing now in an effort and in a wonderful partnership with Accenture, working together with JICA and the Ministry of Health, is to study what is happening in the health sector and seeing what changes are going to be possible. One of the things that we found in our study, for instance, is that a lot of data is being collected, like every month, every day,
Yes.
the health workers, especially level 3s, because we're studying level 2 and 3s.
Yes.
There's so much data being recorded every day. If you walk to a rural health center, 2 or 3, you'll find the workers very busy.
Yes.
They are not only seeing patients, but they have to record data every single day. But what is the challenge with that is that at the end of the month, they must submit the report, so they don't even have the time to do analysis. And in order to make change possible, you need to use also technology. You need to change from a manual system to a system that is going to help you do analysis and be able to make an informed, timely, real-time decision. So what we're doing now, for instance, now in that, I'm just giving an example of a health center. There's going to be, we visualize a lot of change going to happen. That even at the clinical officer will be able to do start building up their management capabilities. They are going to start analyzing the data, understand why some kind of diseases, why malaria cases are going up, and not wait for feedback three months later from the district. They are able to look at the performance of the workers. They are able to understand how to even allocate resources and a number of things like that. So for change to happen, you've got to understand where are you and where do you want to go, and then set up a strategy to go. When I left the previous organization, they have never fallen back and said, where are you? And you build systems. You make sure that you're documenting what you're doing, so that there is no gap in knowledge. So for me, knowledge management is very critical. So even when people leave an organization, you must leave it in a way that is professional. I've seen organizations where people just, tomorrow they disappear, they're not there. That is a bad practice. Change is inevitable. And it must happen because of the changes in the world that we're seeing in terms of technology, in terms of, the circumstances we're in. It's so important that you continuously monitor the environment, whether it is internal or external, and see how to overcome, especially the negative shocks that may come through maybe change of policy. COVID has happened and people have been, those who didn't want to change, who didn't want to learn computer, have no choice now. Now they are going to struggle, because they missed opportunities to adopt to the change that is happening. So managing change for me is looking within an organization and seeing what has to change. For instance, the organization culture. If you find a culture of, not only you talk about laissez-faire leadership, but there's also laissez-faire kind of behaviors among staff. You find where you have people leave their coats on the seats. You're waiting for an officer, it is his coat there. It's a Monday. It's a Friday, they are gone. So you're seeing cultures, you're seeing behaviors which need to be changed through the values that you must bring into an organization. So you realize you must set up systems, and you must be tough about some of the changes. Sometimes it doesn't go well for you, but you have to do the right thing. Because if you want to move from here to there, you must have a clear vision, and you must have clear strategies on how to reach there, including punitive measures. It's very important. So for me, in an organization, for instance, to change the culture, it's a big one. Change that culture of where people come at 10 a.m. and they leave at 3. Or people come early and they're actually not doing anything. So a change process could be having a result-based system where you account for results. And you may not like it.
Wow.
But what do? That is what you want to see.
Yeah.
You want to be honest, you want to be accountable, you want to account for results, you want to see impact, you want to see changes in people's lives. So that means you've got to do something that even is unpopular, but for the right cause.
Yeah.
So for me, managing change is not very easy. You may get the struggles, like your vision may conflict with others.
Yeah.
But what do? You stand to what you do. And if you find that, for instance, the values are conflicting with what is there, you can't change something. Move on. Because why would you change your values if you find, for instance, the things that you cherish, and I talk about values, and you're not getting the opportunity to be what you want to be. You go. In leadership, sometimes there are many people I know who are stuck because they feel the name of the organization is what is popular.
Yes.
There could be good leaders out there, but they are stuck because of reputation of the organization.
Yes.
Yet the world is waiting to see them.
They have actually outgrown this place.
They have outgrown the
go
space.
to the next
they
place.
are so afraid of change.
Yeah.
I am not afraid of change. I move, even if it means taking risks.
Yes, yes.
But for the right reasons, once you check your intentions are right,
yeah.
and you feel you can make a contribution somewhere.
Correct.
It is good to lose something, but you gain it along the way.
Wow.
So for me, that change has to be well thought. What is it I want to change?
Yeah.
How does that resonate around my values?
Yeah.
How does it help me? For instance, it was so helpful for me to have more time with my children, which was very difficult in Kampala now because, traffic jam.
Yeah.
You lose 6 hours in traffic. You reach home when the kids are sleeping, you leave when they're sleeping.
Yeah.
As a mother, for me, that was not something that it was already conflicting with my values. I had to do something to make sure that I am able to be busy as a CEO, as an ED in work, but still knowing what is going on in my home and making sure that the children are growing up with values. That when you come to my home, you're not embarrassed by what you see there. So balancing, as a woman, it's so tricky, balancing between leadership in the office and even at home. It's not easy, but it is possible to achieve it. So I see many women held behind because they're also afraid. Maybe their husbands are not encouraging them to do what they want to do. And life is to be lived once. You, as an individual in this world, have been put for a purpose here. And once you understand that you are, an ambassador in this world, and you have a purpose to fulfill on this world, you're not afraid of even what your husband may say. He will catch along the vision as you go. But you move. And along the way, he'll say you took the right decision. So I really encourage people out there that sometimes change is inevitable. You've got to change. And sometimes people insist on holding on when everything is falling apart. You're going to fall eventually. Because it's like an ice. You have an ice and there is sun. Slowly it is melting away, but you're still holding on. You remain and fall. So you need to take the change and move. Sometimes it's a tough decision, but you must move the change.
Wow.
You must act so that you reach where you want to reach. Because the vision that you had before, this is how many years now back. Align it to the context today. Align it to the challenges and opportunities that you see today, like with COVID now. There's so much that we can do. Yes, there's a problem, but for every problem, there is a solution. So you have got to change some of the, your activities, your actions, in order to bring that positive change that you want to see.
Wow. Well, we're talking to Jennifer Okusia Erejo. She is the Executive Director of Bosco Uganda, and I can tell you the nominations were not in vain. She is really fit for where she's going. Jennifer, we want to just encourage people to send in their kisses and disses coming. If Jennifer is doing well, kiss us. If she's not doing well, please diss us. We're okay. We will be able to respond to you. And please set your questions ready for Jennifer. We'll be able to try and pick a couple of 2 or 3 questions coming from all the viewers all out there and all across the world onto this topic of the CEO bench and leadership change management and transformation. Jennifer, let me drive you to a very specific part of the show, which is, closing change management, going to transformation, as it is here on the show. When you speak with a lot of passion, you speak with a lot of energy, you speak with a lot of, drive and self-motivation. How does it feel to be leading an organization at the forefront of digital technology and connectivity founded by the Catholic Church. And of course, the Accenture, as we know, as a young mother from Uganda, from a young girl from Arua, with all the background you've given, how does it feel like to be now at the forefront of this organization that usually are led by men, not women?
It feels great.
Yeah.
It feels great because there's so much we can do today
Yeah.
with technology, with ICT, to transform lives, to transform even business operations,
Yeah.
to transform organizations.
Yeah.
We've seen many organizations struggling. You know, the cost of internet is still very, very expensive, very, very high
Yeah.
for many people.
Yeah.
You know, it's not affordable with how do I say, with the commercial networks.
Yeah.
It's quite expensive. So Bosco Uganda gives support to organizations that actually aids their work.
Yeah.
They get it at a very, very low cost. It is really actually free, especially like the Archdiocese, the Archbishop.
Yes.
He's supported, he's our father, and he's supported to even live stream.
Yeah.
And he's reaching out to the people in this period where there's a lockdown and you can't even go to church anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
So we're seeing radio stations in the region who are broadcasting using our, you know,
Platform.
our platform live to the audiences. So we're supporting other institutions to even achieve their missions and their visions, you know, their goals. That is something beautiful that Bosco Uganda is doing. And we thank actually NITAU, we thank UCC that supported a community network organization like Bosco Uganda to exist. You know, completely not-for-profit organization that looks at communities and sees how to, you know, to end the digital isolation for many people.
Yeah.
You know, we have wireless network in an office. People can access, you know, internet from wherever they are with the hotspots and be able to work. That is something that Bosco Uganda, I just love the organization because they were seeing very far. They had very good insight. The founders had such beautiful vision of the future, way before, you know, this technology was even here. So for me, it's something that is beautiful. The potential of what we can do is amazing. For instance, if we go to a health center now and digitalize data so that they no longer have to spend time writing long notes, you know, in the registers. You feel Jennifer, your age, your sex, and so on and so forth. You know, these registers are so many. There's even no store for keeping the register. Digitalize that information so that you're able to even trace who is coming to the facility, improve diagnosis, improve care, so that the doctors, the nurses are able to see who came in. I have been privileged through, I think, working with an international organization to attend medical care in a private hospital. And I saw from the Triangle, a system where you walk in, the doctor already has your record before you even come in. But in this manual system, you are going to start telling your story again. So with technology, the potential of even improving health service delivery is amazing. You can, for instance, we've seen some partners do, for instance, something on addressing mortality rates, you know, death among children, that is like say under 1 year, using technology. The doctor is able to monitor the health of the children and even improve diagnosis. So with technology, there is so much that we can do. We can have students studying from home. Many schools now are doing virtual. If you see the schools in the northern region, many of them are very rural. They don't have power. They don't have even a single computer. Many schools don't have a computer. So as Bosco Uganda, coming in and providing them with computer, providing them a network system, an intranet system within the school system so that there are networks, the students can go learn basic computer skills. We are building up leaders, we're building up Ugandans who are digitally literate. And these people are going to be able to do their own coursework. For us, we learned computer in the university. We didn't. I learned it at university. I was lucky. A cousin of mine told me, you need to go and learn computer. In 2 weeks, I was able to learn, and I took off. That, how do I say, just a little support as good as giving people basic skills sets them to move and discover themselves. So now with internet connection, what can they not do? Students are we're going to still, how do I say, improve education, the quality of education. We see the possibility of even schools across, you know, networking, say a rural school partnering with a Kampala school, or that is having teachers, being able to broadcast and exchange materials online. And we're going to carry the same vision of, because we want to see our citizens better. So with Bosco Uganda, there's so much opportunity we have available to support education, health, even agriculture. We've seen people use the apps to, you know, to study the health of your, you know, your farm. So use technology to develop. And that's why I love what we're doing, because I bring in the aspect of development. I'm not a technician, but I tell them if people do not understand and use it, then it is useless. It has got to make a difference in the lives of the people. It's not about knowing, like now, you may not even know what comes into the camera, how it is, but you must know how to operate it and use it for something good. So we see technology bridging up with whatever we want to, you know, the gap that we have in the sector, and what kind of solutions can we design to using the technology to take people, leapfrog people to another level. We can actually catch up in this period of COVID, the losses through technology, and that is possible. So Bosco Uganda having community networks, you know, having ICTs, 54 ICT centers, these need to be strengthened. We need to see, I want to see, how do I say, when anyone walks into the center, even women, go there and find a content, say for instance, how to make cakes, bakery and so on. Learn it from the ICT center, go home and do it, start a business. These are possibilities you can do with technology.
And this is what you are
This is the vision.
The vision you want to take into
Thank you. This is what I want to bring. Increase content. Have content available. Relevant content that is going to transform lives. I have learned a lot from the YouTube on how to make cakes. I don't need to come to an expensive school in Kampala. You can use it, technology for it. Just get people exposed towards something and they see the good thing about it and they take off. So we can see that with technology, with ICT, women can transform their lives right from the home. You walk to an ICT center that is near you. Students, even at home, can walk to the center. If you have a wireless system, hotspots available, like in the market in Gulu, we established the hotspots, and the women during the COVID, you can use it to sell, find market prices. Farmers are using it to find prices of, of their products. Network, the possibilities. You open people to the world and take them away from their small world. Open them up. People are doing businesses, electronically.
Wow.
So that's the beauty of Bosco Uganda. I see so much that can be done. I can see
what you're talking about. I can see through it. And I want you to share your questions if you have for Jennifer. But Jennifer, our time is being fast spent, but I want to take you to a more specific questions on faith-based. You are going into what we call a faith-based organization, and started by church. It has a church installation and the Catholic faith. What does faith, hope, inspiration, confidence, and success mean to you as a person? First of all, as a leader, as a person going in there as an executive director, especially in the light of consequences and effects of the pandemic COVID-19.
I can quickly say that faith is what has made me today, and hope. When you have those challenges, some people have taken shortcuts and they are far. Some are gone, they are dead because of the decisions they took. But having faith in God, prayer is so important. For young people out there, I really tell them, my girls know that, even my little children, 2-year-old, prays. They all pray. They're learning how to pray. I'm building that foundation in them. They learn. I self-learned how to do these things. But I have made sure that for myself, my family is a prayerful family. These are values that they cherish. The children pray. They pray for me. You hear them pray, God bless mommy. Many of the things that I'm getting, God answers the prayers of little children. So faith for me from childhood was so critical. Faith, hope. It makes you believe in possibilities beyond where you are. You see things and you actually affirm things. Like poverty, I said, poverty, I must kick it out of the family. I said, my family, I'll be the first graduate. My siblings will not, will not remain uneducated, because I believe very much that with God, all things are possible. So for me, at an individual level, this faith has brought me so far with the values that I cherish today, of honesty, hard work, trustworthy, transparency and so on. So these things guide me, and this came for me from the church. Being an active Christian, a Catholic, I am a Catholic, but I'm very, I love God, and I can do nothing without him. I really do believe that the values that we have, the challenges we have, if you don't have God, you get swayed away. You get into the popularity thing, and before you know it, you're gone. But when you stick to your God, He never fails you. He actually comes through. And every time I had a challenge, there was always, He just made a way. God truly makes a way where there seems to be no way. And being in the Catholic Church, I really want to see that we're supporting not only the church, but it's an organization that reaches out to regardless of faith. We've established ICT centers in mosques, in Muslims schools, and that is important for us because you're looking at humanity. With faith is you look at the human aspect of people, and you, regardless of race, religion, gender, sex, you're looking at the human person, and you want what you want for yourself should be the same for others. Selfishness does not help us. I really do believe that there is more blessing in giving than in receiving. There is more blessing in giving than receiving. So I have seen people like Peter Nyeko, and he's a giver. I wouldn't be here without some people like him. What he's going to work on and what we are going to build together, working on to support health centers now have energy, 1.5 kilowatt energy in health center 2s and 3s. That is going to transform lives. Because I think these are some of the values that we commonly share, that we want to see people's lives change. We want to improve, access. We want to provide an ambulance to people so that they transport mothers who are pregnant to facilities, help those facilities people do better with their lives. So for me, faith at a personal level, it's driving me to the organization. And even as I move out, it's so critical for me. I just want to see, how do I say, that light. The light of Christ that shines. And that for me is a big thing. Be the light. Bring light where there's darkness. Give hope for other people. Let them see that you can, they're where they are now, they will also be somebody at some time. You don't have to be a perfect leader. But if you have the values and if you cherish the things that you do, the sky is the limit.
Wow. Jennifer, Uganda has a very interesting number of people. I want to localize this and bring it down to the African context. The African continent have a diversity of many people thinking in a different perspective altogether. The attitude and perception of people are very different. But bringing it down here at home in Uganda, particularly Uganda is mostly a country that is friendly to many people, likes to receive as many people as possible. And in recent times or in recent years, we've seen Uganda as, a country that receives as many refugees as possible. But also pressure is beginning to build in the sense that people are beginning to see that the space is going, and there's a lot of, now small talks and, brewing issues happening between the refugee communities and then the local indigenous people in this space. But yet, Uganda is one of the country in Africa that mostly rural and agricultural, based. As a country, we're blessed with the soil. But we also host as more refugees as possible compared to most of the cities or countries across Africa. Or even in the world. There's no country in the world that is hosting more refugees than Uganda. All right? And when you look at this, what is the biggest challenge in the rural and refugee hosting communities that you are inspired to transform through your work? We're getting into the transformation part of this program, the CEO Bench.
Thank you. Well, the challenges in the rural areas are just too many. As I said, I just came from doing a study in the West Nile, and I looked back at the roads, the road network, the distance from one facility to the next referral. You have a facility, and the next referral, you say, if you are in Madiokolo, they will tell you the next referral is Arua Hospital, 50 kilometers away. If you were a mother,
about to give birth,
in Lebanon, you failed, the labor has failed. You are as good as really gone. Because there's no transport. Some districts have only one ambulance for the entire district, and if you call for the ambulance, it has taken someone to Mulago or to Lacho Hospital. That is so sad. So sad. So I looked at the women there and I said, they are really, I looked at them, I said, God bless the women. This is resilience. I mean, you're still able to give birth in a situation where you're not sure of medical care. And that is not easy. So refugees are coming in. I know there's some development coming in with partners coming to support, which is a great thing, that you have different partners, international partners, even the local organizations putting an effort to help, but there's still so much need. There's need to build up health centers, at least at a level 3. All centers should just start from level 3, where you're able to access maternal, delivery. But even beyond that, there has got to be, sincerely, there's got to be better hospitals, there's got to be better infrastructure, so that in case of, cesarean section, I look at those people and I say, my goodness me, what happens when you fail to deliver? To take you, and there's no even vehicle, to 50 kilometers away. The road is so bad, if it rains, a small car cannot pass. Even an X-ray cannot drive on some of those roads. It is terrible. So as we receive even more refugees, especially West Nile that has accommodated so many, there's still so much need on the ground that we need to just do proper planning. I really do believe resources are available. It's how you plan the resources. Prioritizing, ensuring that we build up structures that are adequate. OPD sections are very small. We've seen patients come in an OPD so small. It's the same place where they dispense drugs. So you are talking about social distance of 2 meters apart. It's not possible. They are ill-equipped. There are no housing for nurses. These nurses are working day and night. They need adequate motivation. They need to be paid well. And there is need really to increase the budget for the health sector. But above all, leadership is important even at those levels, not only at the district, but even at the facility level, to get people to work, but also to be able to support people to do their work. Because these are people who have children. I look at myself as a mother. If an organization does not facilitate their staff adequately, that's why you have many cases of corruption. Because sometimes organization thinks you must give a voluntary service. It's not possible. And this compromises, some people will not manage to, hardship, and they end up falling apart on their values. So the international community has to continue supporting, but also we want to see government do better in terms of planning the resources and perhaps driving the demand from down up and not top down. There's got to be, because some of these health center twos are doing deliveries, yet they are not supposed to. But they have no choice because people come there, it's the only one nearby. So they need to immediately prioritize support to such kind of centers. So I'm really happy that with Mandulis, we are an Accenture, and we are rolling out a pilot study on digitalization that we're going to do to try to support health center 2s and 3s, which are the most needy. And we're going to provide 1.5 kilowatt solar energy in those facilities, because lighting is a problem. What we saw in nearly, I would say, 90% of the health centers, there's no reliable power. If they have solar, it is not reliable. The issues with batteries. So coming up with a system, that a power solution that is going to help the health centers, that means it will increase the work time for them, but also introducing like computers. We will train health workers on the basic skills and on how to digitalize data, so that it takes away the burden of, the time lost in writing, so that they're able to give services to people, to the patients who come in the facility. So even digitalizing alone is going to reduce the workload. We believe it will reduce the workload. It will give more patient time. And I'm really looking at a time when health centers can have patient, how do I say, in those rural health centers, that you can actually, if you walked in as Eddie, your data is available, and the doctor knows your previous record and is able to help to improve, diagnosis.
Reduce the time.
Leave alone that, to even follow your history and able to support you, because with the manual system, it's impossible. If you come with your patient book, because in the villages, in those centers, you come with your exercise book where they write the prescriptions and everything. Tomorrow you leave it at home. You come with a new one. They will not remember. They will not remember. Or the rain has washed it. So there's no way they will remember that you had TB. You may come from malaria and actually you're a TB person. So how do you manage that? So we really want, using technology, that partners out there who have the technology, who can actually help to integrate the system, so that you don't do a one standalone, that this is me, I do my own, and you have a museum, so many standalone, but integrated, so that you really support the health sector. Because the challenges are many and we need concerted effort. That's why working in partnership is very important. And I really love partnership, the collaboration. So I'm really happy to work with Mandulis. I look at the future so bright that we shall support health centers. One aspect is digital, bringing in laptops. with JICA support to help improve, the work in the facilities, but also bring energy, which is something great, and even transport that would help the community to be able to access medical services in emergencies. Like we have electric ambulances that Mandulis is working on, beautiful ideas. We need more people, more Ugandans to get out and do something that is going to transform lives. It's not about money. Many of the companies, by the way, if you go to those areas in West Nile, for the facilities that we sample, about 75 of them, network is a problem. You don't even have voice. You cannot call on MTN, you cannot call on Airtel. Airtel does quite better. They have really reached out in a wider coverage, but you can't even call. You can't call a health center. At the health center, you must find a spot to stand to call someone in the district. So you must go under some kind of tree, surely.
Climb and hunt.
I say, where is the corporate responsibility? Should it be about market-driven? But let's it be about the people. Reach the services to the community. So there is need for network, like we need intranet systems, we need internet access in those facilities so that you just at real time click and send the information to the district. Instead of somebody look for boda. They don't even have by their motorcycles. Right to the district just to take a report. How about just use technology, click away and it's at the district, I continue with my work. Now I lose 2 days to move from one health center to come to the district to give a report. 2 days would have done so much to help lives, save lives. So with technology alone, a click away, instant reports to the ministry, even up to Kampala. So there's need for partners to come in and work with Bosco Uganda, work with the existing partners on the ground to support technology rollout to the health center so that we improve on services by bringing technology closer, power, energy, and also for these companies, the MTN, Airtel, to really do something as a corporate responsibility, to really target the people and support connectivity. So that we have access. We are happy with NITA, they're doing quite a lot. They have reached the highways. But on the ground, there is a gap. So there's need for partnership on how to bring that internet closer to the people so that we really support development of the rural areas in health, in education, in agriculture. Mention it. Technology is the way to go. And I'm glad to be with Bosco Uganda and to work with people who are willing to support such change, technology that is going to help transform lives.
Wow. Well, you're hearing, Jennifer Okusia Erejo talk about her journey as the new executive director, of Bosco Uganda. Again, this is not Bosco the Katara of the city of Kampala, okay? This is Bosco Uganda, the organization that looks after ICT in community, in rural areas in northern part of Uganda. I think they have been there for about 14 years. And for the first time, a lady is taking over the leadership role in there as an executive director, and she was nominated to be on the CEO bench. And Jennifer Okusia, as I am concerned, you are on a good role to, being a good leader in that organization. They are blessed to have you. Jennifer, last question. Our time is fast spent, but I want to ask you my last question. Uganda has a vision 2040. We've talked about the Vision 2040. We've discussed this over and over. The government has been talking about it. The people of Uganda have been talking about it. Just like any other country in the world, we must have a vision. So Uganda has a Vision 2040. What hope do you have for Uganda as a woman taking over from Bosco Uganda at the moment, and Africa 2040? And how can we, each person, anywhere in Uganda, Africa, and the world, be inspired to do things and join hands to, help realize that vision for the country called Uganda?
Wow, those are many questions in one.
Yes.
But as a woman, as a mother, how do I say? I stand to reflect on myself as a woman.
Yes.
And what I want to. The change that I want to see in others.
Yes.
I want to be an image for women out there who are doing something, who are struggling, and to tell them there is something better. I want to be part of working with organizations that are supporting communities to grow, community organizations like Bosco Uganda, local organizations to build their capacities, strengthen the institutions so that they continue to do the great work they're doing out there. So I want to be a part of that. So I thank APC, I thank Horizon 3000, the organization I worked with, the Austrian government through the Austrian Development Agency. I thank Accenture, I thank Notre Dame University. I thank UNICEF, but the UNICEF did a lot with Bosco Uganda to reach out to schools. Yeah. So I am a woman who wants to ensure that whatever we're doing, we are counting for results. Yeah. That every intervention we do must transform lives. And we want to ensure that people are in the driving seat. The communities, the young people, the youth, that they are on the driving seat. So designing programs with them. As we go out to do studies, get their views. So what we did is to go and actually listen to the different, how do I say, actors, players in the whole ecosystem of health, from the district health officers, biostats, in charges of facility, sub-county chiefs, they now call them SAS, you know, the patients even, to get their views. So it's so important that we get the views of the people and the change that they want to see, so that we define that change process and be able to work towards what we want to see. So you asked many questions, so I hope I am answering it. Yes. But I really believe that as a woman who wants to see my children and all other children, I'm really so passionate about young people, children, women, men, who working together, whether it's at the family level, work together. Why do you fight? Put your efforts together, put your resources together. I have seen families where the man is working, the woman is working, but it's only the man who is spending the money in the family. What is the money of the woman doing? Why not work together? Because together you can go far. But if you stand as an individual, you're going to fail. So we need people to come together. We need young people out there not to think about money first, but think about what you're passionate about, what change you want to contribute to.
This is toward 2040.
Commit yourself towards that vision. Commit yourself towards digitalization. Commit yourself towards projects that make an impact. Government Uganda has great plans, but we all know always the challenge is the implementation. But if you are an institution, if you are the leader of an institution, and you have the resources, why not commit those resources to what it was intended to be? That's it. If all of us made that contribution honestly and account for what we do, we will have change in this country. We shall develop this country to the vision. So let's stop talking, but walking the talk. Let's put resources down, whether it's financial resources, it is time that you spend to work. Commit yourself to it. If it is finding the right staff to the organization, please find the right people, not because he's related to me or not, or he's from that tribe or other. Find competence, find committed people, work together and achieve what you want to achieve. That for me is very important. And we shall reach the vision 2040. So talking alone does not help us, but aligning what we say we want to do and actually trace, how do I say, measuring the changes. It is so important. You know, sometimes I get bored to hear 50 years ago, they still talk 50 years ago. What happened to the 5-year plan? Can you account for that one? Account for it. And please, let's be accountable. Let's be truly honest and attribute our work to the changes that we see, the outcomes. Stop talking about impacts. Those are very far away because so many people are contributing with it. Measure the outcomes. Define the outcomes with the people that you want to change and trace that. Let the people be in the driving seat. I mean, let them also contribute towards the change. We stop dependency. Because I really do believe that there is resources. There are idle resources around us. But sometimes the difference is exposure. So what you have here, as you see, is not a resource. Out there, they're using it. You've seen people even eat all kinds of things. But for us, because we have the food, we don't. I'm just using that in terms of resources. If you have the resource, we need exposure. We need support in training, leadership, train us as leaders, support us in the work that we're doing, reach out to organizations that are doing a great work, support them, and, build them, so that they're able to remain a going concern. They're able to build up system structures, programs that will outlive the leadership of the organization. I think that is so important. Leaders, when it's time to go. Stop hanging in. Your vision might have expired. Allow others to lead. And let them also try. Next 5 years, 10 years. And when you believe that you've done your part, let other people build. Because as I said, change is inevitable. And new people can come in with new ideas. People need to embrace that change and catch the vision and move on. And that is so important.
Wow. Well, you've heard from Jennifer right there. Powerful woman taking over Bosco Uganda. You're truly blessed. And the community of the people in northern Uganda and the, western islands, you are really blessed. And to my people from Arua, I think you have, and people from the West Nile, you have a powerful host right there in Jennifer. Jennifer, your parting short question here. I mean, what is the most important thing that the viewers and the followers of the CEO bench that nominated you to come onto the program should take over from you today or should know about Jennifer going forward as we bring the show to a close, as your parting shot?
Jennifer is so passionate about...
I want you to look into the camera.
Oh, yeah. Jennifer is so passionate about transforming lives. Yeah. She's a woman who holds the values of honesty, accountability, transparency. And that is what drives me. And that's what I want people to check me for. Am I doing what I say I want to do? Yeah. As a leader, I must be an exemplary person. Yeah. So I lead by example. Yeah. So for me, it's about servant leadership. Yeah. It's being on the forefront, working with your team to change you know, the things that you want to change. So I'm happy and glad to have been given this opportunity. I want to thank our Archbishop of Gulu, a man that has worked tirelessly and doing so much to transform lives, supporting the institution to work together, effort towards interinstitutional collaboration. And I'm glad to be part of the team that is contributing towards, you know, ideas in the Archdiocese. For me as a Christian, I carry the Christian values, and I do believe so much that those values drive us and make us, you know, live the kingdom principle. So it's so important that actually we live our values, we work together, you know, and we bring about the change that we really want to see, carrying the people along, actually putting the people in the driving seat. So I'm really happy that you gave me the opportunity to come here and, you know, inspire someone out there and to tell the young people there is hope for you. Young girls, do not rush into marriage, do not rush into relationships. It is a temporary solution, but it's going to cause you long-lasting problem. Focus on education. You know, challenges are there, but there's a solution to every problem. So stand up and fight on. Many people who are something today, you know, had the option of, you know, having a shortcut to, you know, give up and, you know, say me, Masao, you know, you know, I've reached the traffic light. It is red, I stop here. No, it always changes from red to yellow to green and yellow. So please keep working hard. You know, set up your vision, set up the strategies, build systems, build structures, and build internal processes that will outlive your legacy. As a CEO, as an ED, for me, that is what I cherish. I really want to set up an organization, a system that can outlive my time, and that is so important. But it must impact the lives. I must be among those that are contributing towards the change, whatever sector it is, whether agriculture or health or education. Am I making an impact? Am I transforming lives? That's what I believe in. Wow. Jennifer, thank you very much for coming to the show. Here, we always do this, and we say that we have to spread the love going forward. And to all of you guys, thank you very much for joining us on the CEO Bench today. The CEO Bench has come to an end. We've been talking to Jennifer Okusia Ereju, who is the executive director of Bosco Uganda. Check them out. Check Bosco Uganda online, www.boscouganda.com, and check them out, and you'll be able to, you know, touch base with them. You'll be amazed. The CEO Bench will return next week, same time, same place. God bless, and stay focused on your leadership journey. Amen.
A bit of complication, but it's intriguing. Yes. It's designed that way. Yes, yes, okay? Yes. It may be a maze, yes, but there is order to what appears to be disorder. So that is Pastor Semper. That's Pastor Semper. Yes. And that's actually the work of God, yes, a complex. Yes. When God does things, he does them fearfully and wonderfully. They're amazing, yes, when you look at them. So people like you said, they want to put a dot where there should be a comma. Yes. And they want to keep you only in one place. People like to say, Pastor, why are you now entering into politics? Why are you now commenting on it? Pastor, now for example, yesterday some fellow on Twitter was complaining, I forget his name. He complained about a woman who tweeted that she's got 6 dildos, electronic dildos, okay? And she was saying, these are, can you imagine, I can have these and I have no threat of STDs. So now one of my followers complained and said, you know, man, how can we even compete with these things that never run out of energy? And now there was a growing falling out of people saying, man, we are really being taken down, these things. But you're a human being, you're not electricity. Exactly. But now, and the system was never created for electricity. Exactly. Yes. Now, normally I don't go very much into issues of sex and whatnot. But if I have to, I will. Yes. Because I represent are thinking of a biblical way, and people see me as a role model. So I remember that back in I think about maybe 2019, they released a report, and this is a scientific report, that showed that couples, that is man and woman who had sexual relations and exchanged fluids, were happier. Women who had sex and exchanged sexual fluids were happier, and they examined what is the sexual fluids from a man, what are the chemical components. They broke them down. One of them, they call it a happy hormone called oxytocin. Now oxytocin is a happy hormone. When a woman receives oxytocin, she gets happy. It's only released during sex with a man, or when she's breastfeeding a baby. Those are 2 times. And it makes her happy. Why do women, why do they bond with their baby, love them so much? Because there's a chemical release that God has designed. So when I release this research to this guy, I say, guys, don't worry, you are not, it's not even a competition. Those women there, they may use those gadgets, but they are still miserable still. Long after they have run out of batteries, because they can never have what God put into you. And guys were happy. Because you see, when God gives you a mission to bring happiness to you, between you and your wife, He equips you with the capacity to make her happy, which cannot be found in a dildo or in a machine. And by the way, I sometimes like to point this out to those who are practicing same-sex relations. You can't have that. You can't have that.
No.
Lesbians, homosexuals, they do not have that. It never comes, that chemistry. Number 2, even in those who are doing these feminists who are doing masturbation, whatever, you can't get those hormones. So I sometimes say the reason why some feminists are continuously miserable because they have never sampled the happy hormone. Watch it, take it. You see, I'm embarrassing.
No embarrass at all. And Pastor, I have a very interesting message here from Eduardo Chom. He has said, and I'm going to read some of your questions from out there. This is coming from Eduardo Ochom. Is a serious lawyer in town, land rights lawyer, and with a fresh master degree from Swansea University, just returned. Swansea,
England.
Yes.
Well, hi, how you doing?
Hello, welcome to this edition of You and the Law. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. You and the Law is simply what it is, you and the law. In this show, we try to demystify the law for the ordinary person, make it simple for a teacher, for a lawyer, for a farmer, for a doctor, for a boda rider, for a cleaner, everyone in our society. This program touches on every aspect of our lives that relate to the law. Is it marriage? Is it property? Is it land? Is it traffic? Anything that touches on the law will be discussed in this program. Today, we're going to have an interesting conversation that will focus on the institution of marriage. I know most of us have attended marriage functions. Some of us are married. Most of us viewers are married. But what does it mean to be married? How does the law look at marriage? So this conversation today will focus on demystifying the whole topic around marriage and how it is viewed from the eyes of the law. And to help us do this, I have a learned mind with me, and it's none other than my friend, my colleague, Emmanuel Elau. Emma, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you so much. Hello, viewers. Thank you for having me on the show.
In House of Talent, when you fist bump, you spread the love. So you do this, then you spread the love. Yeah, so Emma, how have you been?
Well, I've been great.
Yeah, we're coming in from 42 days of a lockdown. How has it been on your end?
It's been quite difficult. You know, you wake up in the morning, you sit around the compound, you look at the time. You know, you lose sense of the calendar because you fail to understand which is a Monday and which is a Sunday.
You're even lucky that you have a compound. Some people live in one-bedroom houses and have nothing to look except their iron sheets.
Yeah, sure.
And really, you're our first guest really on this program. And why do you think it's sort of important for people to just know about the law? Because I know you've been teaching law and practicing law for all these years. Yeah.
Yes. Well, thank you. You know, when it comes to the law, we basically live the law, on a day-to-day basis. Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife. You know, all the things are the law. You know, when you jump on a border, there is law. When you're driving, we're talking about traffic. You know, if you go to a restaurant, you must ensure that you have the money, because you're consuming someone's energy and investment. You know, so you must be able to pay for that. So we interact with the law at all times.
It's part of our everyday life.
Yes.
Man, you don't want to be in trouble after many years of working hard only to realize that you have no rights at all, simply because you didn't celebrate any of the marriages that are recognized within the laws of Uganda. With that, we come to the end of this edition of You and the Law. It's a bye from us. See you next time.
It's a beautiful day in Kampala, Uganda, and this is House of Talent Television. My name is Atengi Manuel, and this is the Coffee Break Show, the show where we talk about everything that involves coffee, from the tree to the cup, like the baristas like to say it. And again, you can catch us on our social media handles at House of Talent Television Uganda. That's on our Facebook, on our Twitter. And you can also catch us on our website, houseoftalentug.com. Let us know what's happening on your part of the world. Is it daytime? Is it nighttime? Do you have your cup of coffee ready? Do you have your pen and paper ready? Because today we have two gentlemen in the house. Before, we have had guys who are baristas, guys who are very accomplished, people with brands, but today we want to get to know from these guys who are students at Brew Plus what it takes to be a barista, basically from the beginning. So if you're out there wondering that you want to become a barista, you want to become a student of coffee, where do you start? How do you start? These guys are in the house to let you know how that's happening. Gentlemen, you're very welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
It's very good to have you guys at our House of Talent. Thank you for honoring our request to come here. To start off the show, okay, we want to know who you guys are, all right? I know part of who you guys are, but there's someone out there seeing you guys for the first time wondering, okay, who are these good looking guys? There must be some girls there wondering, who are these good looking guys seated there? So I just want you guys to introduce yourselves. We'll start off with you, Simon. Who are you and what do you do?
Thank you very much, Emma. My name is Simon Oibi.
Yeah.
I'm a barista today. I think I joined barista school earlier this year.
Yeah.
I didn't know about coffee, and a friend of mine introduced me to a barista school here in Kamoja.
Yeah.
And then that's how I came to join the coffee field.
Yeah.
It's amazing because I was doing something else very different from coffee. I didn't know about coffee completely.
Yeah.
I used to see coffee in the garden, and I was wondering what coffee was exactly. So a friend of mine said, I've been so much pressurizing me because I wanted to go out there to look for some money, like any inquisitive man can be. Then he said, no, if you want to go, then I have something else that you can do. Maybe if you want to go to the Middle East, so you can earn something a little bit more. Because if you just go as so many people go to the Middle East being as carriers and maybe cleaners and so on, and they just kept paying maybe a little bit of just a little money, but he said to me, no, you come, you go and learn barista, and then maybe you go and you're paid a little bit more. So that's how I came to join a barista school. And up to now we are still learning. I'm still planning on how to but it's a little bit amazing journey so far. I find it interesting. I find it very interesting. Coffee is a very interesting field, although people so much don't know about coffee.
Yeah.
So
yeah, a lot of people actually don't know about coffee, and it's interesting to hear your journey. Most of the guys I've had on the show actually ended up somewhere in the Middle East.
Yeah.
You know, somewhere in Dubai, somewhere in Kuwait. So it seems like for Uganda, the place to go as a barrister is in the Middle East. So that's where you want to make your money.
And I don't know why we keep going to the Middle East and we grow coffee here. I think that those people definitely don't even grow coffee.
Yeah.
But people in Uganda who grow coffee don't know about coffee. And they don't even take coffee.
Yes.
This is something I've been asking myself severally. I don't know why it is.
That is why you're here. Those are some of the things we're going to discuss. You know, welcome to the show. And
thank you.
Emma, my namesake, please.
Okay. My name is Emmanuel Kasinzi,
Yeah.
and I'm also training to be a barista. Let me first take you behind before I joined the barista school.
Yeah.
I was doing a diploma in culinary arts. So to make it simple, it's cooking. It's a cooking course.
Yeah.
So in the middle of my course, I had a friend who is a chef. He said, I can introduce you to a restaurant where I'm working so that you can also be practicing as you're studying.
Yeah.
So as I came to the restaurant, there was shortage of waiters. So my boss told me, a nice looking guy, I think before you go to the kitchen, you can first help me out and be serving.
Yeah.
Like for a month, when I get more waiters, you'll go to the kitchen. So I joined the waiters in the place. I start serving orders, cappuccinos, lattes. No. So I used to love the way our barista used to present his cups.
Yeah.
For example, one day he presented some nice coffee. It was a cappuccino, very nice, presented. And I asked him, how do you make this? He said, you go to a school and study.
Yeah.
So I used to love the passion he had. So I said one day I should learn this. So I kept on serving his orders. But I found out that most of the orders were according to the way he was feeling. You know, baristas present their cups according to the way they are feeling, according to the mood. In case he left home when he's sad, he's not happy, you will see the results in the cup. But when you see something beautiful, just know he's so happy.
Yeah.
So the passion he had and the love he used to put in the cup really encouraged me to join the school. Not until I got to learn about Isaac at the Brew Plus. Then I came with some of my friends, so we are now doing the course. Yeah.
I like how you say that, how a barista feels is how the cup will come out. I think it's the same with cooking. You're in culinary school. Yes, how you feel basically is how the final product will be presented to you. Simon, you have something to say?
Yeah, I was simply adding, I don't know how the feelings usually turn out our results, but even when, for example, one day I was a teacher, and then whenever a teacher comes to class, what they feel at home or what they have in feeling is what exactly they have to, they translate to the children. When somebody feels bad back home, they will definitely come to class when they are mad.
True.
So I think it is something related to feelings.
Feelings are very important in whatever you do in life, basically. How you wake up in the morning and how you feel basically sets the tone for the day. If you wake up pissed off,
that's true.
Your whole day basically is going to be like that. So outside coffee, I believe you guys are passionate about other things. Emma, what are you passionate about apart from coffee and culinary school? What else do you do? We had a guy here who he said he was passionate about Arsenal, even if Arsenal is losing like a problem now, So what else are you passionate about, Emma?
My passion is too weird. I'm really so passionate at. But let me phrase it in this way. Me, I want to be a celebrity, and I think this is my first achievement in my passion. Because I have the chance, the camera. So I'm really so happy because even if after me learning the barista things, I have to take it on, on TV shows, YouTube channels. I need to be known around the world. So that's my passion.
If you're out there, you want to be like Emma, you want to be a superstar, you want to be a social media influencer, House of Talent will get you there. This is where you start, and from then on, you will be a superstar. All right, Peter. What about you? What do you do outside coffee?
My passion. Okay. I like music so much. I did music from O level to A level. Before I was thinking that I would become maybe a producer. Then I didn't go so much. I just ended in A level, and then I dropped because I had to look for life. I just grew up like myself. So I had to go to school. I went to school in GNJSS. Yeah. So GNJSS groomed me to be, you know, what I am now. Yeah. So I started looking for life, and I had no money to, you know. Then I also have to now start looking for the future, you know, pattern. And then I started just like that, and my dream just ended up. So apparently I've been doing food. We have a restaurant in Mukono. It's called Diana Food Spot, just along Kayunga Road. And then I like food so much. I did not go to, you know, to the kitchen to learn how to cook, but I think I just have the passion. I taste food and I feel this is, you know, good food. So even when I'm home, I feel like I must be the one cooking, not my wife, because I taste my food and I feel it good, you know. So I think that's my passion. I have passion in food and music. All the time I'm always in music. My phone is always running out of battery because of music. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's my passion.
Well, it's good that we have a chef and someone who likes to eat. Yeah. So you guys definitely should not sit one day he cooks, you eat. Yeah, but it's always good to know, you know, what we do outside coffee, because life is big. It's a whole thing. I also sit here on media, but I also play basketball. So you really can't put your life in one perspective. You have to be a whole person. And I believe that with that kind of understanding, if in future you got someone, a customer who loves music, it would be easy for you to relate with them. If you know, met a chef who came, you know, for you to serve them, it would be easy for you to connect with them. So it's always good to include, you know, the whole of our lives into, you know, coffee and the different things that we do. So Emma, what was the first thing you thought about coffee before you entered coffee? I remember for me, growing up, to us coffee was just kawa. You know, the one you buy from the shop at 100 shillings, and you go pour in a hot cup, and that's it. You know, that's what I thought about coffee before. But after a while, I started learning, you know, there are baristas, you know, there are roasters, and it just opened up my mind, you know, to a lot of possibilities. So Emma, what did you think about coffee before you joined, you know, the coffee school?
It's really so funny, but before I got to know more about coffee, I used to think that coffee is for the elderly men, because you know the way they sell coffee in the local way. There's way they tie it in their banana. Are they banana leaves or what? I don't know. Banana leaves, yes. Yeah, they tie it in that banana leaves. So they used to tell me that it's the old guys to eat the coffee, so you have to go and buy. So I didn't know anything about coffee except that. Not until I got to learn more about coffee, that it's really so nice, and so it's rich of nutrients and a lot of other things.
What about you, Simon?
Yeah, it's funny knowing about coffee. Like you said, I used to know coffee like, you know, a pack of 100 shillings, and then you know, put it in water. That's what I knew coffee was. Little did I know it's a broad field. It's really a very broad field that people don't know about. When a friend of mine introduced me to Brew Plus, that's when I started learning that, this is how coffee is. But why is it that we produce coffee here and just sell it when we don't take it here, we don't consume it here? So one time, when I had just started my training here, I went back to Iganga. And then I went to a hotel, a very established hotel. I will not mention its name. Then I wanted to see if I have people that know about coffee in hotels, because I knew maybe probably big hotels serve coffee. So to my dismay is that I introduced myself as a barista, and everybody was like, "What's a barista?" So I said, a barista is a specialist that makes coffee, a person who makes coffee for people to, you know, coffee like, you know, cappuccino, different kinds of, you know, coffees, and people were like very green. I said, this is a big hotel. I expected to find here a coffee machine, and nobody knows about it. So it's, I think, incumbent of us to really transform this entire community, the entire country, to, you know, coffee, to learn about coffee, and also to, you know, give them the advantages of coffee, teach them about coffee, and then later on they maybe consume it, you know, rather than just selling it. Because there are so many jobs related to coffee. You know, as a barista, people don't know how much a barista earns. There are few baristas, very, very few, and there are so much in a want. People want baristas, and they are not there. You know, so I think that it's time that maybe the coffee, the government starts picking up coffee, maybe start serving in maybe government offices, and you know, that's how coffee maybe will graduate to maybe even homes. Because when you start using coffee in the office, definitely you will transfer the idea to home and say, no, I must have coffee at home. So that's how people maybe will start using coffee. Now we cannot just sell coffee and we don't take it.
True. You know, Uganda is predominantly a tea country. You know, we take a lot of tea, and people really haven't, you know, gotten into the whole coffee thing. It's looked at as coffee is for, you know, the high class people, the white people who come to Uganda. Yet, you know, even a person at their homes, coffee is a basic thing. You can actually brew coffee at your home, you know, with very, like, the apparatus like the one we want to use after, you know, to brew some coffee. Let's take it back a bit. Emma, what was your first day in class like? You know, sat in class and probably Isaac is talking about, you know, all this Robusta coffee, it's like about coffee machines, you know, what was your first experience like, you know, that first day of class?
You know, Isaac always tells us that what you expected and what was presented. So when we were reporting for the training, I used to think that you're going to be learning how to make flowers every day. You know, those flowers they put on the cappuccino, being on the machine every time. Not until I got to know that you have to learn how to plant coffee, how coffee is harvested, the different methods that coffee undergoes. You know, it is really something so wide and deep. So if you can't be patient to learn, that's why some of the baristas in Uganda are just baristas to make money, but not experts, not professional baristas, not baristas that can come out of their stations to come and explain to the customers why the taste of the coffee has changed. Why is this coffee today tasting differently? For them, they know how, so long as you know how to put the flour on the cappuccino, you are a barista. You know? But now, at least now I know that. I know more about being a barista.
Now, you know, it's a way bigger thing. It's not just serving coffee. Because anyone else can serve coffee, you know, but there's a level of professionalism that you have to put into this. Simon Peter, I won't ask you the same question because I know you started way before him. But in a class, basically, I believe that for your groups, you're either 5 or less, okay? And there are very many different, you know, characters in a class. Okay, everyone is different, you know, and being in a class of such people, okay, how do you work together with them to ensure that at the end of the day all of you become good baristas? Because everyone learns at a different pace, okay? You might have someone who's better at the theory part, you might have someone who's better at the machines, okay? So how are you working together with the people in your class to ensure that at the end of the day all of you are very good baristas?
Okay, maybe to start with my first day, I want to add my first day, and when we came to class, Isaac served us coffee. To me, I had not taken coffee that much, and when he served coffee, it was very concentrated coffee, and I tasted it and I felt bad, so I asked for sugar. I said, no, but you add some sugar because really I'm not feeling it. You know, so it's a funny taste that you get used to gradually. So we were like 7 in a class. We had some girls, 3 girls, and then 4 boys. And we would help each other every other time. We help each other, we take notes and read, and then in the morning when we come, we discuss. And then even when we are doing the latte art, we help each other. Please, you have to steam like this, maybe with the espresso machine. You have to steam very well, and then you make the latte art. You know, you help each other. That's how we cope up to help each other. You know, at the end of the day, you become a good barista. And many times they tell us that those people in the Middle East simply want you to have the latte art. But of course, the knowledge, the coffee knowledge is very much important.
Yeah.
And many people have gone to the Middle East to make money, and also Europe, but they have no coffee knowledge. So Coffee Brew Plus has really given us the opportunity to learn about the coffee and also get more about coffee.
All right. Before we get into a break, Emmanuel, you said you were working in a restaurant, and you know, the chef saw you as a good-looking guy, and he's like, you know what, go serve, you know, go be a waiter. Okay. How important are your looks? Okay, when it comes to being a barista, you know, it might not only be the way you look, you know, facially, but the way you organize yourself, the way you dress, you know. How important is that in making a barista?
Your looks and the way you dress and the way you do your things is really so important in being a barista.
Yeah.
Because this is a technical what? Process.
Yeah.
You have to be someone that is really so clean, someone that is so smart. You don't have to just go get cups anywhere and you serve.
Yeah.
You know, Isaac always tells us that you must first preheat your cup before presenting your coffee. Yeah. But you find out that some of the baristas, before presenting your coffee, you just go, you wash the cup, you rinse it there in water, dry up and give what?
The customer.
And serve the. Some just even go and pick from the store and put.
Yeah.
That's why you find cases where there are cockroaches in the coffee. You know, so you have to be someone that is really so clean and organized, so that you can produce clean products.
To add on, Emma, is that I happen to be also in the restaurant. But you know, usually the looks is what gives the person taking your drink or even taking your food the appetite. Yeah. You know, when you're serving a customer, first of all, they will look at how you presented yourself, how you are. So that's why you find that many restaurants would look for very cute girls to serve, because the appetite comes when you look at the person. Oh, this is a nice person, and the look of what you're serving as well. True. So you know, it's about how you present yourself. So that's very important, Emma. It's really important that his looks are, you know.
Yeah, true. Well, if you just tuned in, this is the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. In the house, I have Emmanuel and Simon Peter with me, students at Brew Plus studying to become baristas and something big in the coffee industry. My name is Ateng Emmanuel, and it's good to have you guys watching. We'll take a break right now, but we'll be right back discussing the perspectives of students in the coffee business. Stay right there. This is House of Talent Television. Welcome back to the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. My name is Ateng Emmanuel, and with me in the studio, Emmanuel, my namesake, and Simon Peter from Brewplus. These guys are students who are starting to become baristas. And before we left off, we're just basically discussing who they are, what they do, what drew them into the coffee business. And coming back, we're going to discuss their perspectives on the coffee business. What did they think? What do they want to do? What do they want to achieve? Peter, I'll go to you first. Yeah, you told us who you are, what you do, you know, where you started, your first day. You know, you actually didn't like the cup of coffee you were served, but you know, after some time, you know, the taste started getting to you. So we just want to know, because coffee is a process. You know, the baristas always say it's from the tree to the cup. Okay, I believe that is one of the first things you actually study in barista school. So for the people out there who do not understand, what is the tree part? I believe that is planting. Okay, so if you could just take us through the planting process. I have a seed, I need this seed to grow. Okay, what do I do with it?
Initially I just thought that the seeds just, you just find a plant that is just there and it will just give, you know, coffee seeds. But little did I know that, you know, you have the dry coffee seeds and then you make a nursery bed. And then for a certain period of time, like when the seedlings are mature enough, is when the replanting, you know, you plant them to the garden. So that's how the coffee planting process is. The seedlings, from the seed to the seedlings, and then to the garden to become now big plants. So one time I was in class, and then someone was telling us that for you to become a good coffee farmer, it's basically if you start as a barista, you can start a farm and become a very good coffee farmer. You know, the reason as to why we produce very bad coffee here in Uganda is that people don't taste their coffee. But when you know the taste of the coffee, you can easily go back to the garden and produce very nice coffee. But you know, people are after money. They just grow coffee, pick it, and then after picking the coffee, they just put it anywhere and then take it to the market for selling. It's not like that. The coffee must really have to take a very good process to reach to the final consumer who is taking it in the cup. Because what happens in the garden is what a person in the cup is going to have. So that is how coffee is. It's from, although it's a very long process, people are really very impatient with the coffee because it takes quite long, like 3 to 5 years for the coffee to really become the coffee we
the
know.
Quality.
So to add on a little on what he's saying, you know, the process through which coffee undergoes affects the price and the quality of the coffee at the end. So one day I was trying to search on the different varieties of coffees that we have in the world, and I was able to find out that Black Ivory is the most expensive coffee. So I kept on wondering, how is Black Ivory the most expensive coffee? So as I went deep to search the process Black Ivory goes through, it's really so funny that those guys get the coffee, the berries, the yellow ones, red, and they feed them to elephants. So the berries go through the digestive system of the elephant, and when the elephant poops, so they go and pick the remaining processed coffee beans. So that by the time they are out, they're already processed, full of flavors. So coffee is really so amazing.
It's amazing that coffee can come from that process.
Because I had, in case you put 7 kilograms, you can pick like a kilogram out of the elephant poop.
So it's a very hard process.
It's really so hard. so hard.
But if it's that expensive, I mean, it's worth the wait.
Yeah, it's really worth.
Yeah, it's worth the wait. So speaking about Black Ivory, we have different kinds of coffee. Okay? Which ones do we grow in Uganda, and in which parts of Uganda do we find the different types?
We have Robusta, a Robusta coffee, and then Robusta is basically in the mountainous areas of Uganda, I think around Kapchorwa, and the slopes of Mount Elgon. and then we also have the Arabica. Is it?
And by the way, let me tell you the funny bit of the coffee story. They say that coffee, by the way, Africa is a rich continent, because they say that the Arabica coffee was initially found in Ethiopia, in the Ethiopian highlands there. So most of the coffee that you see that, and Arabica is the most exported and traded coffee. So that means Africa is a rich what? Continent. Yeah. And the Robusta was also found in Uganda around the Lake Victoria Basin. Yeah. So that makes really Africa and Uganda to be really so great. Though Uganda is also in Africa, but me, I always make sure that Uganda stands out.
Yeah, I think Uganda in Africa is actually one of the leading exporters of coffee. Yeah. But like you said earlier, it's amazing that we can actually export it, but we don't consume it here, which is a very big gap that I think we need to explore. Right? Moving on from there, to Simon Peter. We have talked about, the different kinds of coffee. We've talked about how you start growing that seed, before you transplant it to the garden. So what are some of those things that I need to make sure I'm doing to the coffee seeds after planting them? They're still in the nursery bed before taking them. Do I have to water them, keep them out in the sun? What are the different methods or strategies that I have to do to make sure that by the time I transplant this coffee to the garden, it has reached the point whereby it's transplanted?
Yeah, so after the seedlings have germinated, of course you need to take very good care of the seedlings. They don't need to get so much exposed to the sunshine. Of course they will dry up, and they also don't need to, get a lot of, water. You need to keep them in a moderate state until they are grown up a little bit stronger to withstand the sunshine. And then that's when you are good enough to go to transplant them to the garden. And in the garden, you must give, the good spacing, the spaces. Farmers out there think that you plant one here, one there, and you plant many trees to get more yields, and that's wrong. It's usually the spacing that you give to the plant to give the plant more space, to give the nutrients. That the plant will give you more seeds. But farmers think that one plant after the other is a good way to go. That's not good enough.
So you have to take care of that. If you're watching us from home, these guys are speaking like professionals, but they are not yet professionals. They are on their way, starting to become baristas, but you can already see what the barista education is doing for them. It's not just about serving a cup of coffee, putting art in a latte, but basically discovering where coffee started from, where are we as a country in coffee. And if you're out there thinking of entering the coffee business, it's a very good thing for you. If you're out there, lockdown has caught you, you're a student, you're at home, you don't know what to do, consider going to barista school. I believe that it will be a very important thing for you. Emmanuel, we have planted our coffee, we have transplanted it, we have taken care of it, we have made sure that everything is okay. It's time for harvest. How do we harvest the coffee, and how do we process it to make sure that we get that good quality?
Okay, so coffee goes through 3 processes. There's what we call the dry process, the wet, and the honey process. But in Uganda mostly we use the dry and the wet process. So I'm going to just go a little deep in the 3 processes. But in the dry process, you have to pick the red ones, clean them, dry them up, So as you're drying them, they are fermenting. As they're fermenting, the sugars are going deep. They are going deep in the seed. So that at the end, when the consumer is tasting the coffee, is able to feel the nutrients that are in the coffee. So in the wet, they don't dry, but they just pulp. After pulping, then they also take it and and remove the husks. So coffee is really so amazing that the process through which it goes through affects the flavor, the taste. So really, that's coffee.
So to Peter, what are some of these flavors we can get out of coffee? Because I believe that the way you roast it will ultimately that's the way it will come out as a flavor. You have the really dark roast, then you have the brown roast. So what are some of these flavors that we can get out of it?
There are flavors like caramel, there are flavors like
chocolate.
The chocolate.
Yeah.
Then there are so many flavors. I cannot recall everything right now, but I think there are so many. There are many flavors actually.
Yeah.
There are many I can't recall.
Okay. Then studying. Okay. I know that there's caramel, there's chocolate, there are all these different kinds of flavors. Okay. Have you ever thought, you just sit there one day and think, hey, there's caramel and chocolate. Why don't I create some chili coffee or something?
Yeah.
Have you thought about creating something for yourself?
Yeah.
Like a different kind of flavor.
Actually, the flavors come right from the garden. You always tell us that when the plant is in the garden, what nutrients it gets involved with is how the flavor will come.
Yeah.
When you grow coffee together with maybe jackfruit, some plants around jackfruit tree, you're going to find out that as you're taking this coffee in the cup, you will always feel that there's some smell, there's some flavor of jackfruit in that coffee. So I don't know how it comes about, but it depends on what nutrients it has gotten with in the garden. That's how the flavors of the coffee will definitely come out.
So if I want some strawberry coffee, I just have to make sure that within my plant I put some
that's how funny coffee is.
Yeah. Okay, I think it really picks up, scents from different plants really quick.
Yes.
Yeah. So we have processed our coffee. Now it's moving on to the next step. How do we store coffee? Because I believe that you just don't put it there and that's it. How do we store coffee?
Coffee is packed in bags, bags that are able to pass out air and also bring in some air. And when you're keeping those bags, they must be on a raised pallet. You should not allow coffee bags to be on the ground. Why? Because they may gain the moisture from the ground.
Yeah.
So you have to put it on a raised pallet, and the coffee beans and the sacks should not touch the walls. So coffee is really so weird that you must take care of it. Any mistake you do, it affects the whole process. So that's how you put it in the bag until you wait for each time to be taken out.
So you talked about air, I don't need air in that bag. So which air goes out, which air comes in?
Yeah.
Which one?
Coffee, you lose carbon dioxide from the coffee.
Yeah.
So that's the coffee, the air that goes out. Yeah.
So you need to keep it sealed the whole time?
No, you need to keep, not sealed, but in the bag so that you can be able to be losing the air.
Okay, so if I don't take good care of it, at the end of the day, my cup is really going to not be that good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. So coffee is like a baby, basically.
It's like a baby.
It's a baby that you really, have to take very good care of.
Right from the garden.
For the final result. Okay, we've talked about, the coffee process, and at the end of the day, you guys want to be baristas. But I believe that coffee is not limited to being a barista. Yeah. So, to Peter, what are some of these different aspects that we can get involved in? Apart from just being a barista, what other professions are there within, the coffee industry?
I think a farmer is a basic, the foundation of coffee.
Yes.
So you can be a farmer, you can be a coffee dealer, and there are so many coffee dealers, then you can also be a barista, and then
you can also be a coffee roaster.
A coffee roaster, yes.
A kappa.
So yes, there are so many people that are involved in the coffee. Yeah, but these are all jobs that we are not looking out to.
Yeah.
We just look at coffee just like that, and we export these jobs abroad.
Yeah.
Because when we export this coffee, these jobs are created for people there.
Yeah.
You have to be a roaster. There's a roaster. There's a kappa. A person who tests these different coffees to see which one has the best taste.
Yeah.
So, and then there's also a barista, and baristas are not here. They are there in those countries. We are exporting a lot of jobs. And then maybe we only have farmers, but which farmers are also not very much educated about coffee. They don't know about so much coffee. So
you can be a trainer.
You can also be a trainer. We are in school. So we are acquiring knowledge. Then later on, maybe we can also have our own schools and train children, people. So maybe, so that is it.
Well, you're hearing it there from Peter and Emmanuel. We have them in the house today on the coffee break. If you're out there, you're a barista, you're a professional in the coffee industry, you know, shout out to these guys. Send them a message. Let them know that you support them. Let them know that you are waiting for them, you know, when they get out of school. If you want to give them a job, also here they are. You can comment down in the comment section and just show them some love. We'll take a break right now for you to get a cup of coffee, for you to get some rest, but we will be right back. And after, we shall be brewing a cup of coffee. We want to see how much the students have learned at Brewplants. We'll take a break right now. This is the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. It's amazing how time runs. We have already had, you know, the first part of the show, and I know what we can talk and like they say, until the cows go home, you know, when we start talking about coffee. But you're still tuned into House of Talent Television, the Coffee Break. Me, Emmanuel, with Emmanuel in the house, and Simon Peter. We've been talking about their perspectives as students at Brewplants, you know, in the coffee industry. What have they learned? What do they want to become? And the last part of the show is always for brewing. These guys have talked about the theory. Can they do the actual practical? We're going to find out as they brew a cup of coffee. So guys, I've talked about, you know, the theoretical part, you know, the coffee from the tree, the planting, what you guys want to be, how you got into, you know, the coffee business and all these things, what you're studying. Before we get into the brewing of this coffee, yeah, I just want to ask Emmanuel, what are your future plans? I know you just don't want to get out and become a barista. Do you want to open a coffee shop? Like you said, you want to be a superstar, you know? So what are your future plans when it comes to, you know, coffee after school? What do you want to do?
Yeah, I have some of the pastry skills. Yeah. So after me learning these things and I get some little money, I'm planning to start a coffee shop, and I'll have a pastry side in my coffee shop whereby my customers can come and take my coffee as they eat some of my baked things. Yeah. So those are some of my plans.
So you plan on, you know, opening your own spot?
My own spot.
Very good. What about you, Peter?
I plan on becoming a farmer. Yeah. I already have plans of, you know, starting up maybe after getting some capital, you know, it's best to become a farmer because you're everything. You know, you give direction to the entire process.
Yeah.
Because I have now the coffee knowledge, it's best that I got the field and also farmers out there learn from me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's best if you become barista because you taste the coffee, then you go back and become the farmer.
Yeah.
Which is not the case now. So I think that if I become a barista, I have the capital to begin up a farm. I'll go back and begin up a farm.
Yeah.
Maybe also I have my own coffee sell my own coffee.
Yeah.
And not have middlemen in between because coffee is really very much expensive.
Yeah, I like that I have both of you on the show because earlier this guy said he's a chef, you like to eat food, so you connected there.
Yes.
And now you want to become basically a farmer,
yes.
And he wants to open up a coffee shop. So you're going to supply
yes,
him.
I supply. Yes.
So I think you guys should really stay close together because that kind of relationship is very important. Well, we're going to get into brewing a cup of coffee now. I'll hand it over to these guys. We have our stuff here that we're going to use. First of all, you guys have to tell us what is in front of us, what we're going to brew, basically the whole process. But before we start, I just want to tell everyone at home, we talked earlier about hygiene. Hygiene is very important when it comes to the coffee business. Basically it affects, the whole process, okay? So before you start making your cup of coffee, what you need to do is make sure that you're clean. And which parts are you going to use most? The hands. Okay, so here at House of Talent, we always encourage you to use, sanitizer. Always sanitize before, because even the times that we're living in, everywhere you go, you have to sanitize and make sure that you protect yourself, protect your customers, and basically protect everyone who's around you. So before we get into brewing our cup, I just want to, sanitize these guys. You can watch at home there, so that you can know that our hands are clean.
Thank you.
Before we start this, so guys, I'll just hand it over to you. What do we have in front of us, basically, and what are we going to be brewing for the people at home?
Yeah, thank you so much. So I'm going to teach you how to make simple coffee at home. In case you're able to get yourself a French, this is called a French press or a plunger. So I'm going to really take you through. So we have our hot water here, and this is our kettle. Yeah. So you first have to put your hot water in, because you put your hot water in the kettle.
So to Simon Peter, how hot should this water be?
The water must be really hot. It must be 100 degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must really be hot.
Okay.
Yes.
So sometimes I've seen, some baristas coming with thermometers basically to test how much, how hot the water is. So we have to make sure that it's heated to a certain point.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we got to that.
That also depends on where you are. There are places that are really very much hot.
Yeah.
And you don't need something too much hot.
Okay.
Yeah, so
you need to keep it moderate?
You need, it varies where you are.
Okay.
Yeah, so some people think that is not more than not 100.
Yeah.
Others think 60 because where they are, it's really so hot and you don't need something really so hot.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as a professional barista,
Yeah.
you know that you have to first preheat your vessels before using them. Because you're not supposed to serve a beverage in a cold vessel.
Yeah.
So you have to first preheat it. So after making sure that your vessel is hot, I think the temperature is now enough.
Yeah.
So initially in the restaurants, you have to measure. You must have a measuring scale.
Yeah.
But this is just homework.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're making your coffee at home. Simple work.
Yeah.
So you have to get your coffee. So you're free to put the number of scoops you want, depending on the level of coffee you want, on the concentration.
So the more coffee I put,
the more
the stronger
the stronger it gets.
Okay.
So we are 3, so I'll put 3.
So as you continue that, Simon Peter.
Yes.
I've heard in some instances people ordering cold coffee.
Yes.
So does cold coffee go through the same process before it comes out in the cup?
You use ice blocks to make the coffee cold.
Okay.
Yeah, you use the same process, but you can use the ice cubes to make the coffee. So
basically it starts off as hot coffee?
Yes.
Then I put in the ice cubes and it ends up as cold coffee.
Yes.
So does that kind of ice affect the the flavor at the end of the day or the taste of the coffee?
The taste will remain the same, but of course the coffee is cold.
Okay.
Yes.
But with a little bit more of water.
Yes.
Okay. So let's continue. We've gotten to that point.
So after putting your coffee in the vessel,
yeah,
you're supposed to pour the water.
Okay.
In a circular form, eh?
Actually, that is what I wanted to test. You guys have passed the test. For every barista that has come here, the first thing they did was preheat. Okay, and when they were pouring the water, it was in a circular motion.
Yes,
they just don't pour water, you know.
Yes. And you
like
know why?
Pouring for tea. Yeah, why do we do
so
this?
that all the dry spots can get the water.
You soak everything.
You soak everything in water.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So if you guys hadn't done this, I was going to go back to your teacher and say, boss, you know what? These guys did a refresher course. But you just doing simple things like this really shows, you know, the level of professionalism that you guys have already acquired, even in, you know, the little time that you have been in school, which is a very good thing. So for the people out there, it's encouraging, you know, to see you guys. How long have you guys been in school anyways?
How long, Emma, have you been there?
It's now 2 weeks.
2
so far,
weeks, yeah.
But you can see what I can do.
Yeah, in 2 weeks you can actually do this.
I'm a little bit older, and I've taken time. Although I just come and go back because I don't live here.
Okay.
Yeah, apparently I live in Mukono. But
So basically, about a month for you guys, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so after pouring our coffee in a circular motion, you know, what next in the process?
You stir.
Okay, we stir the coffee.
Yeah.
And why should we stir the coffee, basically?
So that all the spots can get water.
Okay, so we have to also degas it in a way.
Yeah.
Right. So if you're watching from home, these guys have been in coffee school for no more than a month. And if they can do this within a month, imagine what you can do within 2 months or 3 months, you know. And I believe that, you know, at this point we have to leave our coffee to brew.
Yeah, for 4 to 5 minutes.
For 4 to 5 minutes. So as our coffee brews and, you know, we're coming towards the end of the show, Emma, I just want you to look into the camera. Okay, I know there's someone out there, you're a cute guy, you know, wanting to be an influencer, you already spent 2 weeks in school. I want you to look into that camera and tell someone out there who's very unsure, should I join the coffee business, should I not join the coffee business? Just look them, encourage them, you know, what have you learned and what can you tell them to pull them also into the coffee business?
Yeah, to someone out there that would like to become a barista or join the coffee industry, if it's possible, you can even start now, because this is the best place to go. You know, I used to like working simple things, you know, I don't like hard work, because you can see my structure. I'm so weak. Yeah. So, the good thing about coffee, you're paid to do your passion. Yeah. You know, you do your things very simply and very nice, and then you're paid good money. Yeah. So if you have a chance to learn such things, please just join. Yeah. And the market is there, because most of the people are not aware about this. Yeah. People are not aware about coffee. Coffee is something that is really too wide. Yeah. I'm sure after learning here, after my school, there are so many other opportunities waiting for me. So if you have a chance, just join.
Interesting. Yeah. What about you, Peter?
The same thing I would like to, you know, to call upon my mates, people who have not yet learned about coffee, that there are many opportunities in the coffee field. Yeah. Very many, and very virgin. The coffee industry is still very virgin, and we've not explored anything in the coffee. So there are many opportunities. Just come right now and join, because you will be the first people there. Yeah. You know, you will be the first people in Uganda probably. One time I heard about government's plans about on, you know, giving coffee to, you know. So maybe you can have a job as a barista somewhere in a government office. Yeah. You know, so there are many opportunities. Even going to Europe as just a barista, you can go to Europe and you know, make money. Yeah. So there are many plans. So people should come now and join Brew Plus. Yeah. Brew Plus has given us this knowledge, and he's still giving out the knowledge. Yeah. So let them come, let everybody come and join the coffee business.
Yeah, you know, I like that right now there are very few people actually. Okay. Yes. And for you to get into something when it's new, okay, you will have more experience than the other guys, you know. But if you want to get into it when it's really populated, everyone, it's like how we have our kids in town everywhere you turn.
like how Chameleon dominated the music industry when he just came in. Yeah. But everybody is now a musician.
Now everyone is doing music. So yeah, it would actually be a very good time for you out there to get into the coffee industry now. The courses are not that expensive. I mean, take it as an investment. You're investing something, into your future, and it's something that is going to work for you for, you know, very many years to come. Yeah. Before we started the show, we're just talking about how you guys, you know, there are some people out there who are watching you guys, you know. So I just want to give you an opportunity to say hi to your, you know, to your fans who you want to be a superstar, to the guys you study with. So look into that camera and just say hi to your people.
Shout out to my fans out there. It's your boy Caesar. I know you know me, so I say hi to my friends at Daddy Quick Restaurant. By the way, Daddy Quick Restaurant is the best place to go.
Yeah.
If you want to taste nice coffee, Daddy Quick Restaurant.
Yeah.
Along Sapolo Road, you just find us there.
Right.
Yeah.
Sapolo, the Boise side?
No, the
the
old Kampala side.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Yes, Peter, what about you?
Okay, I want to say hi to my brother. I have a brother who went to Saudi. I brought him to the coffee.
Yeah.
They introduced me first, so I introduced him.
And he left
He
you.
left me. So it's very. So he's actually watching live.
Yeah.
He's called Paul.
Yeah.
He's a barista now. And then I also want to say hi to everybody who is watching and my friends, my workmates here in Mukono at Tiana Food Spot. Tiana Food Stop is just along Kayunga Road. If you ever come to, you know, Mukono, just along Kayunga Road, along around the tax park, you just find Tiana Food Stop, and we can serve you food. You know.
So if I come, they have a free. I have some free food for myself.
Yes.
You've heard it here. You guys are the witnesses. When I get to Mukono, I have some free food. Yeah. I also want to send my shout outs. Basically, to every barista who has been on this show, thank you very much, you guys, for, you know, coming to just discuss coffee with the different people. For the guys who are behind there in production, I know we always don't give them, you know, a lot of credit, but they're there, they're always waiting to take the coffee out after it's brewed. I know they're already eyeing it. Yeah, and we've come to that part of the show where it's almost coming to the end. I think our coffee has been brewing, you know, for at least 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And I think we can go ahead and serve it, you know, as we come towards the end of the show. If you're watching at home, you've also been waiting for your coffee to brew. Get your cup. It's time for us to get it into the cup, like we say, from tree to cup. This is the cup part. Please.
Okay. So you cover very well.
Yeah.
So you push down.
Yeah.
As it filters itself. See? Very
Yeah, so you should also make sure that, you know, you always have a very good filter when you're using this. You know, the filter paper is a very important part of the whole process.
Wow. So you can see our coffee.
As you can see, we brewed a very good cup of coffee. Yes. So, do we get it into the cups and toast off as we, you know, close the show?
So what happens is that the residues go down.
Down, yes.
As you can see, this is called a plunger. When you insert this, you know, you plunge it, you press it, and then the residues of the coffee will go down, and then the liquid, this is now our brew.
Yeah.
This is our beverage that we are going to test.
Yeah, so after I can't use the residue again, I have to get fresh coffee. Or I can just keep adding water to it.
If you want, you can use it again. If you don't want, there are so many things that they make out of these residues anyway, so you can keep it.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come towards the end of our show. Emmanuel will go ahead and serve us our cup of coffee. But if you're out there and you really want to learn about coffee, you can always contact the different baristas and the different coffee schools. They will be able to help you. If you're at home, you're in lockdown, I know that school hasn't yet really begun. Don't sit at home. Always get something that can add value to your life, and getting into the coffee business is a very good idea. At House of Talent, we also bring you the Coffee Break Show, where we let you guys know everything that you need to know about coffee. We have fun with different baristas, we have fun with different roasters, basically different people in the coffee industry. And our cups have been served, and I'll just have Emma take one, and also Peter will take the other, and you know, we'll just toast off, so you guys can take a cup each. This has been the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel. I had Emma with me in the house, who is going to be a future superstar. So you should get to know him now before he becomes a superstar, so that when he becomes famous, he can remember you. We also had Simon Peter in the house, who is a barista. You know, he wants to become a farmer in future. I believe that, you know, you're going to export a lot of coffee. You know, these guys are going to be something else in future. If you're out there, you're a barista, you're a kappa, you're a researcher in coffee, do give us a shout out. Let us know if you want to get on the show, so that we can basically build a very good community of baristas. But from us here, we're going to toast off to the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. Thank you guys very much for coming. As we enjoy our coffee, Have a good day. This has been the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. My name is Ateng Emmanuel. Till next time.
Hello, welcome to this edition of You and the Law. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. You and the Law is simply what it is, you and the law. In this show, we try to demystify the law for the ordinary person, make it simple for a teacher, for a lawyer, for a farmer, for a doctor, for a border rider, for a cleaner, everyone in our society. This program touches on every aspect of our lives that relate to the law. Is it marriage? Is it property? Is it land? Is it traffic? Anything that touches on the law will be discussed in this program. Today, we're going to have an interesting conversation that will focus on the institution of marriage. I know most of us have attended marriage functions. Some of us are married. Most of us viewers are married. But what does it mean to be married? How does the law look at marriage? So this conversation today will focus on demystifying the whole topic around marriage and how it is viewed from the eyes of the law. And to help us do this, I have a learned mind with me, and it's none other than my friend, my colleague, Emmanuel Elau. Emma, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you so much. Hello, viewers. Thank you for having me on the show.
In House of Talent, when you fist bump, you spread the love. So you do this, then you spread the love. Yeah, so Emma, how have you been?
Well, I've been great.
Yeah, we're coming in from 42 days of a lockdown. How has it been on your end?
It's been quite difficult. You know, you wake up in the morning, you sit around the compound, you look at the time. You know, you lose sense of the calendar because you fail to understand which is a Monday and which is a Sunday.
You're even lucky that you have a compound. Some people live in one-bedroom houses and have nothing to look except their, iron sheets.
Yeah, sure.
And really, you're, our first guest really on this program. And why do you think it's, sort of important for people to just know about the law? Because I know you've been teaching law and practicing law for all these years, yeah.
Yes. Well, thank you. You know, when it comes to the law, we basically live the law, on a day-to-day basis, Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl or you might be with another person's wife. All the things are the law, When you jump on the border, there is law. When you're driving, we're talking about traffic. You know, if you go to a restaurant, you must ensure that you have the money because you're consuming someone's energy and investment. So you must be able to pay for that. So we interact with the law at all times.
It's part of our everyday life.
Yes.
Man, you don't want to be in trouble after many years of working hard only to realize that you have no rights at all simply because you didn't celebrate any of the marriages that are recognized within the laws of Uganda. With that, we come to the end of this edition of You and the Law. It's a bye from us. See you next time.
Welcome to the CEO Bench. This is House of Talent Television. My name is Eddie Okila, and this is the CEO Bench on this very fine day, morning, afternoon, night, depending on which part of the world you're actually watching the program from. Welcome to the program. Now, today, particularly on the CEO Bench, is a very interesting discussion. It is a CEO who wears a coat of many colors. Born in the northern part of Uganda. The first time I interacted with him, the grandmother said, Buru Nwalomach. I never understood what it meant, even though I'm a native of that area. But I learned later on that it meant the ashes that gave birth to fire. Now, you are just about to have the best CEO Bench interview of a lifetime. The man has been an aeronautical engineer. He's branched into investment banking. He's been in the ballroom dancing. He is the champ himself, as well as the man who is in renewable energy space, and now dealing with the issues of climate change. The only African man speaking at the French event that is happening in Uganda just because he speaks French. Pete, welcome to the program.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Yes, we have to spread the love first. When you do this, you spread the love like this. Yes.
Awesome. Fantastic.
Yes. How are you today?
Doing great. Most grateful.
Well,
most grateful.
Welcome to the CEO Bench.
Yes.
We want to start this program from a very lighter note of knowing who you are.
Awesome.
The CEO Bench exists to bring people like you onto the program to share with us the life journey, the journey of leadership, self-leadership, change management, and transformation. And particularly on this show, you are here because you are nominated overwhelmingly from all across the spectrum. The climate change people nominated you all the way from South Africa. The renewable energy people nominated you all the way from France to the US Embassy in Uganda, and says, can you bring that man on the show? The local people in northern Uganda nominated you to come on the show. The people who are on the streets of Kampala nominated you to come on the show. With a vote of 50 in total, brings you to the CEO Bench today. The question is, who is Engineer Peter Nyeko? In fact, before you became an engineer, who is Peter?
Well, I'll introduce myself. So, I was born in a little town, not called Bethlehem, called Kitgum in northern Uganda.
Yes.
And my name is Odoronyero.
Okay.
Yeah.
Meaning?
Meaning the one who laughs.
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Odoronyero Nyero. That's my name. I come from northern Uganda, from Kitgum, and yep, I was born many, many years ago, you know, when everyone in Uganda had hair like this.
Yes.
And you know, grateful that I've made my way through life, and you know, I've ended up now in you know, where I am today, sitting before you here, and talking to you all right there. So most glad to be around. Yes.
Wow. Peter, are you Ugandan? Being born in Uganda is another thing. But are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I believe I am Ugandan. And the values are painted right here. You know, being Ugandan is all about the values that we sing about in our national anthem. It's about the values that we walk with as we go through the streets each day. It's the values of gratitude, the values of hope, the values of resilience, and the values of finding joy in everything.
Wow. And if I am looking for you today, which village in Kitgum can I show up and I will find Odokonyero Nyeko when I am looking for you?
I don't think there's a particular village where it's possible to find me. I don't stay in one place. But I guess if you do go to certain villages across Uganda, you will probably find, you know, the impact of my work and the work I do with my colleagues at Mandulis Energy. Yeah. So a lot of the work we do is in Noya district. That's where we actually started from. And that's where we've got, you know, a number of establishments set up, renewable energy establishment. We convert waste to energy, as well as you know, making the most of the sunlight that we do have to make energy as well, and provide value addition to the farmers around us. We are also working in the refugee hosting ecosystem. Uganda is a great place, hosts over 1.5 million refugees, and so we work in Lamu district. We also work in Kiriandongo, we work in Adjumani, and we're about to start working in a few other settlements as well. But our work takes us now not just across northern Uganda, but also across significant parts of western Uganda, where we are looking at wherever there is that interesting confluence between the tourism industry or the conservation ecosystem, the refugee hosting ecosystem, and the agriculture ecosystem. That's an interesting triangle, which is so Uganda. And in between all that, there's an opportunity to always make a difference, figure out what the needs are, and have an awesome time, you know, curating solutions in tandem with the community.
Wow.
Yes.
Peter, thank you very much for that very interesting, you know, background of what you do. I want to take you a little bit back. You know, most times when we see people rising to position of leadership, of power, as we call it in a political space, we don't know where they're coming from, and we don't know what they have done before, or what they have been through in life. So we just simply see them on the streets of Kampala, dressed nicely, looking good, putting on Ugandan. You're always carrying Uganda everywhere you go, but we don't know, where is this person, who is he, where has he come from, what does he do? You know, I want to take you back a little bit, digging deep into your personal life a little bit. Growing up as a child, or being born to your parents, did you write an application to be born to Mr. Nyeko? I suppose Mr. Nyeko is your father's name. If not, what are the circumstances that brought you to life that you know, you can remember growing up as a child?
Awesome. I believe, you know, if there is a place where people stay before they come to Earth,
yes,
I guess I'd probably send an application in and went, you know. I think of all the tracks of life one could go through, I'd rather have that one. I am most grateful for everything that the world has, you know, blessed me with.
Yeah.
Every experience. I don't believe any experience is a bad experience. Yeah. I don't believe any experience is a painful experience. I believe every experience is a learning experience, a nurturing experience, and a growing experience, and an experience through which one can be blessed to be a blessing at some point.
Yeah, that's a wonderful one. And I want to take you straight to, how did you, as a child, if you visibly remember, what did you want to be in life?
Well, if I go back, I think I looked at two things as a child. I thought about, you know, I looked up to the skies and I'd see the stars and, you know, see the airplanes flying over. And as I was there, you know, with my dad, you know, looking after the cows, or with my grandma going fishing, or with my grandpa farming, I'd look up and go, wow, what are those things up there? And then someone told me, that's a space station. Go, okay, interesting. And what else is up there? Well, those are stars, and those are airplanes. I thought, well, it would be great, to figure out how those things work. Yeah. And so I guess that was one interesting, passion of mine as a little kid, figuring out how aerospace vehicles work. And I guess that wasn't, something which excited me a lot.
Wow. You said the two things. So how did you end up there? You were fishing with your grandmother, you mentioned, and farming with your father, and grazing with your grandfather. Why were you not able to pick one of these from these, three different distinct people, and then you ended up in the things that are up in the sky with all this interest? What was the motivation like? Was somebody an aerospace engineer? Was somebody thinking about the things up, or it just came to you?
It's, back then, we didn't have Wi-Fi. We didn't have mobile phones. We didn't even have phones, yes. Or television. We just had nature, and that was great, And we had stories around the campfire, around the hearth every evening. We'd sit down and talk to each other. We lived quite close to national parks, so every now and again a lion would hop over and grab a cow and go and have supper as well. So we shared with the lion. So it was being at one with nature. But what was important in all that was allowing one's mind to imagine, allowing one's mind to run, to fly, to really go as far as one's mind could possibly go. And if I think of looking at things from the space going down, I could still look down and figure out what's going on, on the fishing side. I could look at what's going on the farming side. I could look at what's going on the grazing side, because when you're up there, you can see everything. But it also helps you appreciate how special the earth is. So I'm most grateful for that natural environment that any kid in a rural village in Uganda or any other part of Africa right now has, that where you see every star. And I believe there is something special about that.
Wow. Peter, just before we take a break and then we dive into the self-leadership and going up, take me through school. Were you homeschooled by your parents? Were you, educated by your grandmother who spent more times? You were the firstborn of your parents, having been through so many things according to the background check when I did with your mom, with your father, when you were nominated. I did reach out to them to say, tell me a little bit about this gentleman. And they said, he's a special child to us. Your mother actually said, I was tiny when I was married, and they didn't believe I would bear that young man that you see today. And then took a long journey for me to actually get one. But my mother-in-law looked at me differently. When you hear that story, growing up, what does that make you feel like?
Grateful. Gratitude is the most important thing to me. Gratitude to be on earth, gratitude to have parents, gratitude to have family, gratitude to have friends, and gratitude to have a country to call home. And that's the most important thing to me.
Wow. And the CEO bench would want you to talk about that bit of education. A lot of times we hear that grandmothers paid a lot of respect in teaching and shaping the livelihood of their grandchildren.
Yes.
And we don't know what kind of education they have gone through, or they were taught, or what was going on. And at one point she termed you, her grandchildren, as Buro Nywalomach. We never understood what the context was. Perhaps would you explain that as part of your education and dive into your life of becoming a journey of becoming an engineer as well?
Awesome. So my dear grandmother and my dear grandfather, who's departed now, I mean, they were some of my very first teachers. And what I learned from them was the importance of thinking, of seeing, of listening, of feeling, and that's what science is all about. You've got to know what's around you. You've got to ask questions, and never stop asking questions and always seek. And so when I'd sit down with them, I remember they would never, tell me to stop. I'd keep on asking, and we'd keep on going, and why, what, and so on. But that's great. Yeah. But being in nature was great. It helped build in my childhood a yearning for understanding the science of nature and figuring things out. Of being inquisitive, of exploring things, looking into the unknown, but also a value for the importance of people, and the importance of caring for people, and the importance of being grateful. Yeah. And that's kind of helped me become who I am now, and it's kind of helped me become who I may become as I move on, because the story of learning, that journey never ends. But we always go back to our roots. We all go back to the source as we grow, and as we find the nurturing power within. Yeah. It goes back to that. Wow. And my grandmother talked about, Buru Onyualo Match. Ashes gave birth to fire. And that's quite interesting for me in many ways. Mm-hmm. In any of our lives, we may have been through a point where it felt like, there were a lot of ashes around. But ultimately, going back to the science of the hearth, the fireplace around which we all sat each evening, you'd always find the ashes still there. And in those ashes there'd be one or two embers, just kind of covered up. But they would remain alight. And the ashes would protect that little spark. That little ember would be covered by the ashes. The ash would protect it. And then it would grow. When you now add more wood to it, it would then spark and the fire would be reborn. So those ashes are actually, a blessing more than anything else. It helps keep those embers burning and gives birth to a new fire, even brighter than one before.
The CO Bench will take a break, and when we come back, we want to talk to Peter a little bit more about formal education, growing up and becoming, an engineer. Stay right there. We'll be right back after this break.
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? Change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SEAL Uganda on number 0772443085, or check our website www.sealuganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
Welcome back from that break. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila, and my guest in the studio today on this particular CEO Bench is Engineer Peter Nyeko Odoko-Nyero, which we have just learned from the show right now. But also there is the Ben Hur name. How did you leave that out? Welcome back to the program.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Awesome.
What's the background behind the Ben Hur name?
Well, you know, I wasn't there when they gave me that name. Or at least my memories hadn't yet begun.
Yes.
But when I go back, I believe my father spent some time in Israel, and he thought, you know, he would give me a name from Israel, and hence I have one name that is of Hebrew origin.
Wow. That's an interesting thing. Welcome back to the program, and we just want to take you straight to this particular moment of the discussion, Peter, which is your personal journey on the CEO Bench. On the CEO Bench, we want to know what has been your personal journey as an individual, you know, as a Ugandan, as a young person growing forward, and the way you have moved from Uganda to Europe and back to Uganda. I guess there are very interesting learnings that you've said in that journey. And first, we want to start with your formal education, or your formal, you know, the education that were given to us beyond the traditional that we had, which is the foundation of wisdom anyway, that the other guys were building upon. If you would throw more light on that one, what was the journey like?
I think the journey has been great. You know, it helps to have a mother who's a teacher. You know, my mom's a teacher, and so having your mom as a teacher means you'll learn so much and you'll never stop learning. Yes. So home is school. And so that's been the biggest blessing ever, having my mother as a teacher with regards to everything, you know, academic, kind of growing up, English, literature, you know, having my dad as a teacher for science, economics. So kind of having parents who are teachers has made a massive difference in my life growing up. So, I mean, obviously it was great to be, you know, in formal education, you know, and being in a school and having, you know, kind of friends and other teachers and so on. But I believe I've learned more from my parents, you know, with them being teachers, as well as, of course, all the wisdom I've learned from my grandparents and you know, the ecosystem within which I have been blessed to grow up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking to Mr. Peter Nyeko, or Engineer Peter Ben Hur Nyeko Odoko-Nyero, as we have now learned the new name, which means a lot of things in the process and in the background of Peter as an engineer. Peter, becoming an engineer, how did you become an engineer? Let's dive into it.
Awesome. I believe kind of going way back to earliest memories, you know, as a little toddler, looking up to the stars and wanting to know what happens there. I think in one of my many question and answer sessions with those around me, I've tried to figure out, you know, who's the person who made that space station? And someone told me, well, that's an engineer. I was like, okay, great. What must one do to become like that? And they went, well, you know, you've got to enjoy mathematics, you know, and science, which I didn't.
But
growing up, I didn't enjoy mathematics and science so much. I have always been more of an artist, you know, so I've always enjoyed literature, poetry, music, art, history, geography. So science was not really my best friend, and maths was certainly not my best friend. But the passion I had to become someone who would understand the inner workings of, you know, aerospace vehicles eventually made me realize that I could look at maths from an artistic, you know, point of view, and realize that math is art and that science is art and history.
Wow.
Yeah.
Peter, what is your understanding of leadership?
Leadership is a very interesting term, and I believe leadership comes down to a number of things. You know, it comes down to gratitude, it comes down to hope, comes down to servanthood, comes down to sharing, comes down to caring, and comes down to always standing back and putting others' needs before your own.
If you would give us You said if you would give us the poetry, you said you were very much in your early part of life, more lean towards, art, poetry, literature. You've just defined leadership by your understanding. What would be the best 1 second or 1-2 minutes poetry for somebody who is watching this program from all across the world?
I would go back to taking my grandmother's words, Burunyu Alamach, and spinning something poetic out of it. And I'd go, from the dearth of the scorching earth, there lies the embers, and from those embers, there rises hope, burning hope, brightly looking into the future.
Wow. Why would you want somebody to understand that from the leadership point of view, by your understanding and definition of leadership?
Awesome. Ultimately, in this illustration we've just put together, the leader is actually the ashes. The leader is the ashes that allows himself to be burnt to nothingness, so that that little spark that's being protected can grow, has the warmth from the previous fire to be nurtured with it, and then is able to spring forth and keep the fire burning.
Wow. Thank you very much for that, Peter. Transformative leadership approach and leadership abilities that often defines a leader's level of effectiveness is part of this journey. And we'll dive into your self-leadership, picking yourself up from wherever you are, bringing yourself up to where you are. We believe you've been more of a transformative self-leader than any other type of leader first. And on that note, would you tell us what your understanding of self-leadership is and how has the journey been like for Peter? Because I'm watching this program, I don't know how to lead myself, to find myself, to take myself up. And leadership itself is very difficult for so many people, let alone leadership at the community or even at the family or community or to the nation. What was the journey like, or how have you been able to manage these things coming forward?
I believe focus is very important in life. Yeah. It's important to set goals, look ahead, focus, and keep the eye on the goal. Yeah. And the goal is not a destination. The goal is actually to always strive for every step to be more hopeful, more grateful, and more of a blessing than the step before. Setting that as the goal makes a massive difference, because when you honor every step on that journey, you get the fuel to keep on moving. When you take every step and every flicker of light that's within that step and cover it with hope, it gives you the power to keep on moving forward. And that's what's most important, the way I look at it. Yes.
I want you to go along and tag and give us your comment if you're enjoying this interview with Peter. We are talking to, the CEO of Manduli's Energy in Uganda, but also a company that's a subsidiary based in the United Kingdom and many other parts of the world. It's not just a small organization living in Uganda, but actually sprouting out of the UK to Uganda and to many other parts of the world. And you will understand why Peter is on the show today, because you nominated him to be on the show. And Peter, they wanted to understand. Let's talk about Peter and how you became the CEO. But before you get there, we want you to tell us, what is Manduli's Energy? What are you doing? Why do people think that the work you're doing is okay? And how is it touching lives of people around in all those areas? You talked about that when we go to the villages, we always find, your name there or the work that you've done there. But there is this whole thing about renewable energy, climate change. Everybody's talking about it, which we are actually going to dive into as we move towards change management and transformation. Let's talk about that.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So Mandulis, I'm grateful to be part of the team at Mandulis, grateful to have led the team at Mandulis as we grow. And so at Mandulis, we basically focus on, delivering renewable energy that is affordable, sustainable, reliable, and can be used for productivity. And when we think about renewable energy, we don't think about one type of renewable energy. We think of all different types of renewable energy that can make a difference. So we work with waste to energy, so agricultural waste to electricity, agricultural waste to cooking fuel and heating fuel replacement. We work with also things like kind of animal waste, like cow dung and others, to produce electricity and clean cooking and heating fuel as well. We also look at converting the sunlight we have into electricity as well, and then use all of that electricity for value addition. So that's what we do at Mandulis Energy. We develop and set up projects that are focused on delivering sustainable development goal number 7, which is access to affordable, sustainable, reliable energy.
Wow. Peter, talk to us about your role as a CEO at Mandulis. What is your role as a CEO at Mandulis, and what typically do you do, or your day is like whenever you wake up every single day at Mandulis?
Awesome. My role as a CEO is at a young company as ours is basically not just bearing the vision and helping it grow, but also looking ahead and looking at opportunities that are there to help build the vision even more and help us deliver more impact. So my work is to look at what we're doing day to day, to look at where we're trying to get to, and to look at what needs to be done to help us get to that destination. And in that destination, our destination is basically to create as much impact as we possibly can. So we do have a number of projects that we are setting up. For example, we're developing a 20 megawatt power plant to be installed in Gulu, and that will deliver 20,000 kilowatts of electricity every hour into the grid once it's up and running. So there's a lot of work around the development of that. We're also developing a further 16 locations across the country at about half a megawatt each. That's 500 kilowatts every hour. And that's also taking a lot of work, make sure all of that is working. But we do have operational projects as well, which takes time to make sure they're all operating in the right way. And there we've got 3 locations where 2 of which is power generation ongoing already, a third one where power generation is being set up, and then other locations where there are other productive uses of renewable energy that are being worked on.
Peter, we talked about so much normally about renewable energy. Do people in Uganda understand what renewable energy is, or even in Africa for that matter? Or what is renewable energy if I'm hearing it for the first time and I don't really know what we're talking about here? You keep saying turning waste from food to energy, to power the same food that we're just about to eat. Sometimes we eat and then putting it back. How does this thing really work? I might be here and yet I'm sitting on $1 million, potentials of Okila to make money in renewable energy, but I don't know what it is.
Awesome. Well, I mean, if your chair is made of rice husk, then maybe you're sitting on $1 million. Or grotto shells, or coffee husks, or maize cobs. But ultimately, when you think about it, if you want to, for example, power your car, and you use, say, diesel or petrol, that's not renewable because there's a finite amount of fossil fuels available. So once you take it out and burn it, that's it. You've added more carbon to the atmosphere, but there's nothing else where that came from. But if you use something which is renewable, something which is regenerative, something which grows again, that becomes more interesting. If you think of sunlight, which is always going to be there, if you think of agricultural waste, as long as you have agriculture, as long as you have rice, you will have rice husks, which take a long time to decompose. And so if we take those rice husks and convert them into a gas, hydrogen, and a hydrogen can work in your car, or into another gas like syngas that can work in your diesel generator instead of diesel. That becomes quite interesting because suddenly you now have almost, and you don't have a finite resource anymore, you have a renewable resource, something that can always grow back. And that's what makes it very interesting from that point of view. If you look at hydropower, the water is always, as long as we protect the environment, the water will always be there.
Yeah.
And it keeps on flowing and it generates electricity as it goes on its way. When we look at wind power, the wind is blowing and we get electricity from that. Then we can use that electricity to even charge batteries and power electric vehicles like Kira EV, down in Ginger and so on. So it is possible, and I say Uganda definitely knows a lot about it because Uganda is one of the most green places around. Not just the green you see, but the energy we use with regards to electricity generation, most of it is hydro, which is renewable. We're one of the few African countries where there's electric vehicles being manufactured in Uganda already. You've got Kira EV in Ginger that's setting up a massive factory to manufacture electric vehicles. There are other companies, like Zembo, like Butterworks that are actually making electric vehicles as well. So Uganda is very interesting from that point of view. And if you go around Kampala right now, there are electric butters riding around.
Yes,
that are charged.
Interacted with some of them.
Exactly.
Every 60 kilometers they're riding.
Yes, yeah. And they're all powered through solar. So Uganda is actually making a move forward. And what's exciting about Uganda is the fact that still a lot of Uganda doesn't have access to regular, electricity. A lot of Uganda doesn't have access to sustainable cooking fuels. That's an opportunity. And what's exciting here and what we've learned from things like mobile money is that when there's nothing or where there's nothing, you can leapfrog to the very best. If there's no transport, you can go straight to a Tesla. Why not? If there's no, electricity, why not go for a solar biomass hybrid powered mini grid system like one of the ones we're setting up right now? If there's no transport in the village to go to the hospital, why not use the electric ambulance that we've just deployed? It's possible, and we've learned that because everyone's using mobile money now, in all the rural areas. So it's possible to leapfrog and go right ahead to, the best in class technology that's available globally.
Wow. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Peter and I are going to dive into change management and transformation. Change management would be Peter as an individual, as the CEO, transforming from an ordinary person to a CEO of Mondelez. All right? And moving from that to change from one organization to the next organization. We're going to talk about it. And we're also going to dive a little bit deep about climate change. The change in our environment is happening. The change in our climate is happening. But how are we prepared for it? Perhaps Peter will take us through to the future forecast of what it needs to be and what we need to do to get there. Stay right there. I'll be right back after break. This is the CEO Bench. It is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and in the studio is the CEO of Mondelez Energy, Mr. Peter Nyeko. Or if you're not an engineer, you call him Mr. If you're an engineer, it's Engineer Peter Nyeko. Welcome back to the program, Peter. Peter, we're going to dive straight to change management and development within self, business, or a similar organization or a nation. We're going to talk about this. And on that note, I want to drive you straight. After that, we will talk about the control, identification, and implementation of required changes within self, as well as business, as well as a similar organization like yours or a nation. And we will close this discussion with, what's next for a leader at the CEO level like you, and change management level, moving forward or coming out. What do you do when you say, I'm done as a CEO, I'm putting up the boots and I'm going? How would we remember you? what would you have done for us to remember you? Let's dive straight there and go more specifically to my first question, which will be on the climate change. You've been talking about renewable energy, you've talked about quite very interesting stuff, but I want to take you to something more specific to, you know, the nomination for this interview, which is the question on climate change. A lot of things have been talked about climate change and across the world, and we don't quite understand it. We in the African continent, we don't know whether we actually understand what it is very much, or the context to it, because we have not experienced a lot of change in the climate, but it's coming. And you can see that the sun is beginning to become hot at certain hours, but in Europe, it's quite understood. Perhaps, Peter, with so many billionaires and governments across the world, or bodies invested so much in these industries that cause or produce pollutions all across the world. And Uganda is no different, or any other African country is no different from this. The issues of climate change will only seem like an anti-profit call. Normally, when we talk about climate change, it's like an anti-profit call to their investments, and they will always look at it that way. Peter, how do you hope to go about this, addressing their fears as the CEO of Mondelez with your work?
Awesome, thank you. So climate change is real, you know, and it's not a case of opinion, but you know, the world has come to realize that it's real.
Yeah.
Almost every country in the world has ratified, you know, the agreements that everyone has come together to agree that we've got to do something about what's going on, about the heating up of the climate and the earth. And we all know that at a certain point, if the ice caps start melting, you know, if the sea levels start rising, a lot of places we love where other people live will go underwater. A lot of places where we live will turn into deserts. And it's something that we're realizing a lot more even right here in Africa. I went for a little tour a few weeks ago, and I was talking to people in rural areas, farmers, and I asked them what's going on. They went, well, you know, there was not enough rain. Harvests have not come out as well as they should have. We don't know what's going on, but we do know as well that there are a lot less trees than there were before. And we probably all remember learning a few things, you know, in primary school about, you know, the importance of trees to rain. And we definitely know the importance of rain to cultivation. We're a nation, you know, by sun and fertile soil grown, as our anthem says. So grown, sun and fertile soil, the missing link that we know very well is water. And that cycle is definitely going to be hurt when we think of how most of us cook our food. And when we think about the fact that we mostly use charcoal in cities and urban areas, and that charcoal is cut from trees, and then trees are not always planted again, so we're losing our forest cover. Even some of our factories need heat for their processes, and they will either use coal, which they have to import, or use wood once again. So it's actually very important for us to realize that the more of us, because at the moment, you know, according to a study by the Ministry of Energy in Uganda and Mineral Development, the renewable energy side of it, I believe close to 90% of energy that's used in Uganda comes from wood, from trees.
Yeah.
And most of that goes to obviously cooking and industrial use. So if we switch from cooking with firewood and charcoal to cooking with other, you know, things like, you know, cooking fuel made from waste instead, be it biogas or be it briquettes or pellets, that can make a difference, because suddenly we know in another generation, trees that are being planted today will not be cut. And we may see things change. And that's what it comes down to from a point of view that everyone can basically understand. And that's a very real conversation for us out here. Because without our agriculture, where will all our villages be? Where will we be? And that's and that's a big question. So it's that's kind of very interesting from that particular angle. But then secondly, Uganda as a nation, our parliament, you know, I believe it was at some point in April, passed the Climate Change Bill to Climate Change Act. And that means, you know, now mitigating climate change and, you know, looking after our environment is actually a law now. As a Ugandan, any of us, or as someone living in Uganda, we all have an obligation to make sure we are doing what we can to make sure we live sustainably, we protect the environment, we protect the ecosystems, and we help ensure that this Uganda that we live in now, that we say is gifted by nature, will remain gifted by nature for 10 more generations. It's our role to make sure we not just keep it the way we found it, but make it even better than what we got from our forefathers. And that's a challenge to us. And I believe we can.
We're talking to Peter, and you're on the CEO bench. You can also have your thoughts coming through. Kisses and dishes are welcome to the CEO. The CEOs on this bench are always happy people. They don't throw a stone. They give back explanation, and that's what leadership is all about. Peter, what a wonderful conversation right there, and that answer that you've given to that question. But I want to take you to my next question, which is, why instead of all working to curb emissions, like the world is all talking about, can't we work on building back forest by planting trees, like in Uganda or in Africa? And if it's the world, like in Europe or Americas, or, you know, the Antarctic, which, you know, Antarctica as they call it, where things are a little bit more difficult, can we just look at genetically engineered trees to increase, you know, the CO2 uptake, as well as the CO2, you know, to remove their fears from, you know, the human beings, as we are saying that the dangers are coming very close than ever before?
So it's got to be both. It's got to be both. We've got to mitigate the effects of climate change. We've got to, you know, mitigate and reduce our emissions. Most definitely, we've got to make sure there's less carbon dioxide, you know, in the atmosphere and all the other greenhouse gases. But at the same time, as we change the way we move to, say, electric vehicles, change the way we cook to, say, you know, either electric cookers if we're in the city, or biogas or briquettes, as we make those changes to ensure trees are not needing to be cut. Of course, we have to replant those that we've cut before. There's a lot of work to do. It's a two-way street, you know, and we've got to make sure we are reducing our consumption in ways that destroy the environment and destroy the earth, while at the same time healing and correcting what was previously damaged. When we do both together, then we have a fighting chance of handing on to those who come beyond us a better earth than what we got, and not a worse one.
Wow. Peter, why is climate change that we are talking about in big boardrooms all across the world not being explained to a common person like you are doing right now, that just a mere planting trees in Soroti or in Gulu or in Lira or in Mbarara or in Nakapiripirit or wherever, or in Fort Portal, is far more important than cutting the trees? And making people understand this is actually far more important to, you know, the help about climate change and the reversal of the effect of our negativity or our actions that we're now facing today. Why is this not being explained very easily by the technocrats like you?
I don't know why, but all I say is maybe they are trying to explain, but maybe the message is not coming through.
Yeah.
But if I come to Uganda and localize it right here, everywhere you go, every village you go, you'll find a tree. You'll probably find a tree in a home, and that tree more often than not will be a mango tree. We know that mangoes give us food, we know that mangoes give us shade, and we know that mangoes also sequester carbon and remove carbon dioxide from the air. That's one easy way of looking at it, you know, because as long as there's still a market for mangoes, there's actually money in that as well. You don't have to cut the wood, sell the mangoes. Pretty sure there are a few factories out there that I won't mention that probably import mangoes into the country for lots of reasons. But if we figure out the kind of mangoes they want and need, figure out how to keep them in the right way so that the quality is perfect, the trees we plant in our gardens to green the atmosphere and, kind of reverse climate change slowly, can actually bring us an income as well as nutrition for the family as well. Not just mango trees, guava trees, orange trees, lots of fruits there that can grow, and it makes a difference. Why not?
Wow. That's the CEO of Mandulis Energy, Mr. Peter Nyeko, talking to us about change management, in particularly climate change. We're talking about climate change. Peter, your next question before we can serve you a cup of coffee. The CEOs are always known for having a cup of coffee when they get tired mid-morning. Perhaps we have talked to you long enough and deserving of a cup of coffee. But first, we go back to your next question before we can give you a cup of coffee. Matt, be turning a little bit hot in here. Using renewable energy is a great idea, Peter. But it seems like only the wealthy can convert this. When we talk about this, it seems like only the wealthy can convert this. There is Okada in all the streets of Africa now, running. Recently, the English people finally made border becomes the English language. The origin of that language is now here, meaning the man on a motorcycle is called a border. The one who rides a motorcycle and carries people for money as a means of transport. That's already defined in the English dictionary. Now, on to this question. Renewable energy is a great idea, just to give you the perspective, but it seems like only the wealthy people can convert this. What can be done to eliminate that so that the alternative energies and affordable to everyone can be something that we can achieve with the help of companies like, organizations like Mandulis to the common person?
And this brings us back to the question you asked earlier. If you look at leadership in the private sector, leadership in engineering, leadership in energy, an energy company, and I speak about every energy company out there, an energy company should think about the people who they're here to serve, and should think about it and think, all right, should I think about the people I'm going to serve and ask myself, what is the ability to pay for my product or my service? Or should I think about it in terms of how can I make sure I help them become in a better place than they were before my service or my product got there? And how can my service or my product help them afford more than what they can afford now? That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
It's important for us innovators in renewable energy to make sure we target above all to not only make our services or products bring back, profits, but we should think about it from a point of view of going, great, not only what can people afford, no. If we think about what people can afford today, we're taking where they are and reducing them to a lower place. If we think about where they are and where we can get them to, using what we provide, then that changes the narrative totally. So we look at it from that point of view, and we believe that it is actually possible. Not only do we believe, we've actually made it possible already. Every product we deliver, which is renewable, we deliver profitably, but at a lower price than the competing non-renewable product. Every service, even the kilowatt hour of electricity that we deliver profitably and commercially in an ecosystem is cheaper than the same kilowatt hour from any other alternative. And we do all that without resorting to subsidies and more burdens on the taxpayer. But rather, our job is to innovate and make sure what we deliver makes a difference in those communities around us. And that's what needs to get out there a lot more loudly. If we're able to be the very best that we can be in other sectors, if we're going to have the best doctors, if we're going to have the best, everything else, let's also take this seriously and make sure that us in the energy sector, in the renewable energy sector, especially, show cause to help people forget the idea that renewable energy is expensive, because it isn't. It totally isn't. It's actually cheaper. It's actually more reliable. It's actually more productive. It makes a massive difference. There is no need for subsidies. No, not at all.
If you're watching the show, we're talking to the CEO of Mandulis Energy, Mr. Peter Nyeko, or Engineer Peter Nyeko, depending on how you would want to put it. And I want to say thank you very much for all of you guys watching the show all across the world, and those who stayed up awake in the United States of America, thank you very much, and welcome back from Afghanistan. You've done very well for yourself. And of course, those who are watching from Australia, thank you very much that you're staying away from the dangerous species so that you can watch Peter talk about climate change. And to those who are watching from the United Kingdom, thank you very much for staying a little bit more with us to actually catch this program. And to my friends in Denmark and all the guys in Sweden, we've got your messages. We say thank you very much. Peter, you've got a lot of votings coming from Ugandans all across the world. There are some Ugandans today we are talking to from Seattle. These are people from their Choli land. I've seen some people, sending messages from Seattle saying, that's the son of the soiled. And I'm asking myself, why are they not home? Is the land still scaring people in that area? Or has the climate changed? How can we have them come home so that they can be part of this discussion that they're enjoying right now? On that note, I want to take a moment and just serve you a cup of coffee as the CEO, and I just want to give you a cup. And we're going to toast to this coffee, Peter, while we dive to the next question, so that you don't sweat so much in answering these questions, but apply your mind to how can we get the Ugandans who are living in the diaspora to come back home and be part of this conversation we're having today on the CEO Bench.
Awesome. Awesome.
Well, you can also serve yourself a cup of coffee from the comfort of your sitting room or from your office, and make sure that you enjoy the cup of coffee. The coffee we're serving today is a testament of making environment a better place for us. It's from Bududa in the eastern part of the country, in Mbale side, and the farmers there have grown this coffee so that the CEO who sits here and drink this coffee can appreciate them. Would you buy the coffee from them, by the way?
I will actually do even better, I hope. They would think so too. I will make a commitment to go to Bududa, find this coffee farmers group, figure out what they do with their waste, and help them earn some extra money from their waste.
Wow.
And also, if any of them spend any money on cooking fuel that is not sustainable, I'll commit to making sure they can access sustainable, clean cooking fuel at a much lower cost than they would have spent beforehand. So the difference is this: going there, buying their waste, they earn money by me going there. Secondly, making sure whatever they were spending before, they now spend less. So if I buy their waste and what I sell to them is cheaper than what they spent before, they're in a better place than they were before I got in. I don't need to hire a consultant to prove that their life is improved. It's simple mathematics. And it's poetic.
Yes. Time for a coffee break. We'll be right back after this. It is the CEO Bench, and welcome back from that coffee break. Peter, welcome back to the show. We want to toast to this conversation going forward. Now, take us back to, before we went for a break, you were talking, the question was about the Ugandans in the diaspora. Should they come back as the climate change, now that you lived abroad and came back and are doing these things? Has the climate change, or climate change is not working for them?
Awesome. Well, think about it this way. I mean, it's obviously not easy to fly nowadays with, with the global public health issue that's raging, in every country right now. But, and I also understand the world is a global village. People who may have lived away for many years have built lives in other places and so on. But it is possible, to basically figure out a way to be both here and there and everywhere. It's a short flight, and you can actually take a long weekend as long as you can handle jet lag quite well. For not too much money. Based on those economies, you can fly over and check things out and see what makes sense. You can look at, your areas of expertise and look at where the need may be out here, and you might be pleasantly surprised that, the economy out here is not too bad by any standards. And you might realize that, it's possible to create something that makes a difference, yet is also profitable in this ecosystem. So I think people just need to come over, not just for a short holiday, but spend a bit more time, kind of understand what's going on, look at what's needed, look at what's possible, and get involved.
Wow. Peter, thank you very much for that. I hope that our brothers and sisters in the diaspora have gotten that message quite clear. There are a lot of opportunities back home here. Let's get back to climate change. Change management is the process of moving from one place to the next. It requires that it is communicated. You have moved from different investment banks in the UK, making decision to come back to Uganda. At one point, you had a big dream of starting, sort of like putting us back to the good old days of UTC with the Dream Shuttle. That didn't work. What happened? And you are here now in renewable energy, now in climate change. Those are all processes of change management. How are you able to do it, Peter? I'm stuck in my desk somewhere in a corporate world or in my sitting room. I don't know where to start from. How do I move from these places?
Simple. Follow the problem. Follow the problem and look at the problem for what it really is. A request inviting us to curate a solution. And wherever we go, whatever we look at, there is always a problem that needs a solution. Or there is a solution that needs improving. Or there are things being done that could be done slightly differently that makes everything a lot better. So there is need everywhere. And having that mindset that there are no problems, but only opportunities to curate and create solutions, it makes life so much more joyful.
Yes.
For the blessing that it is.
What's your say on that one? You've heard from Peter. Peter Benho Nyeko Odokonyero is the man on the show today on the CEO Bench, and we're talking to him. And now this part of the show is about change management and transformation. Peter, what assurance can you give? In fact, before I dive into that one, do you think that transition to 100% renewable energy will be expensive? If Uganda wakes up today or Africa wakes up today and say, here we go.
I think if we look at energy, not as electricity only, but as kind of every type of energy that's used, we are already almost 100% renewable for electricity. We've done incredible. So we're right in front, front of the class, tip top, first class. Where we need to do a lot of work now is shifting to 100% renewable for cooking. That's a very simple thing. And we can go to Bududa, we can go to Kasese, 2 places on other sides of Uganda, one in the east, one in the west. Places that have had issues with landslides, rock slides, and floods. When we go there, we can ask the people out there, the mothers, the grandmothers, and the young men who are farmers, and others and the kids and go, what has changed? Well, we know the slides happened, but what else has changed? And as you sit around, they'll tell you, there are less trees. Okay. We're planting higher up the slope now. Okay. Oh, we're planting non-indigenous trees. Okay. So what does that mean? It means there's a purpose that those trees had. And that's, when we look at it from that point of view, all of us in the city, all of us in urban areas are connected in this country, in most parts of Africa, to our people in rural areas. And we know their issues day to day. You can call your grandmother and go, all right, what happened today? There was a rock slide. Oh, what happened the other day? So as we start replanting trees, as we start getting the ecosystem back with indigenous trees, think about it this way, all right? If you've got trees on a slope with the roots holding all of that soil together, and underneath that soil are rocks. If you cut the trees, and the trees fall down, and the trees become charcoal, and they're using Kisimenti to make very nice michomo. Now, up there, there's now no more roots to hold the soil together over the rocks. Yeah. When the rain falls, the rocks come down and destroy everything below it. Yeah. If we don't grow food in a sustainable manner, and we use a lot of non-organic fertilizers, we basically destroy the soil, and we don't do crop rotation by planting beans after maize and so on and so forth. And we decide to plant higher up, again we cut trees again as well. All of that leads to that issue, and in the end it affects all of us because we're all connected to someone in rural areas. So when we realize in the urban area that the choice we make with regards to how our food was cooked has a direct impact on our people in rural areas, when the conversation changes to that, it becomes a lot more interesting. And when the conversation changes to some from the rural area coming out and telling you in the urban area, please, I don't want a rock to come over my house. Yeah. I don't want mud to come over my house when my kids are sleeping. Please don't use charcoal for cooking. Yeah. When that's understood, that message can go through, and it'll be a piece of cake. It'll be actually a Rolex. As easy as a Rolex. Of
wow. Yeah. Peter, on that note, what assurance can you give that this is actually doable? That's number one. And there was a lot of rhetoric at the UN climate change talks in Paris about getting to 100% clean energy by 2050. I think the Donalds received a fair share of it, and so was the Obamas. But what does it really take to do that? First of all, is it possible? What does it really take to do that? There's a lot of jokes about it.
Commitments have been made.
Yes.
France has made commitments, the UK has made commitments, Japan has made commitments, even China has made commitments.
Has Africa made commitments?
Africa has made commitments. Uganda has a Climate Change Act now. We have made commitments. Yeah. And any company now, I ask you, anyone, go to Uganda Parliament website, Google that law and figure out what's there. There's good things for anyone who follows that new law. Yeah. There are, good things there for those who can help keep Uganda green and keep Uganda blessed by nature and gifted. But there's also a bit of scolding in there for those who don't.
Yes.
So people should wake up now and realize, if people like, CNOOC and Total and Tullow have already made commitments towards climate change, what about us here in Uganda? Wherever we are, whether I run a shop or a business or whatever, what am I doing? And how can I fit in, and what can I learn from there? And that's a lot that we can basically do. And I believe it is definitely possible to do that. We can make that commitment. And in Uganda, we can actually go fully renewable in a very short period of time. Our population is not as big as other countries. The fact that there's not much archaic infrastructure to change, but rather the opportunity to build anew, we can actually make that point to build new, build wise, and build affordable and profitable. Because that's what's really exciting. And there's a lot of support, that can make things possible. And it is really, really, really possible. A factory can switch today and go, all right, I will no longer use firewood, I will use rice husks converted, or maize cobs converted, or coffee husks converted. You know, a farmer can say, you know, for my acres, I will no longer use non-organic chemical fertilizers. I will use, you know, fertilizers that are made from the residue of biogas, from, you know, like where people have biogas toilets instead of setting up, you know, pit latrines and so on. Lot that we can actually do. And if we simply set one simple target, Uganda goes clean cooking, 100%. If we do that, I believe in a very short period of time, we will realize, the air smells nicer. Quite interesting. Because if you look at everything else, if petrol, diesel, electricity, all of that is just 10% of our energy usage, and 90% is wood. The big work for us to do is to actually cook clean and run our factories cleaner. I'll give you an example. If you think about it from this point of view, if it's a circular economy now where nothing is thrown to waste, where everything has another use, suddenly farmers will have more income to buy the things that your factory manufactures. If you use their waste to power your factory, you can sell more of your product to them because they now have more money. And so it's an interesting cycle. And it's really interesting from that point of view. And I believe there's a lot of hope. There is a lot of hope. And we just have to get on with it.
This is the CEO Bench. Mr. Peter Nyeko, Engineer Peter Ben-Or Nyeko Odoko Nyero, is the son of the soil. Grown up in Uganda, or born and raised in Uganda, but not fully, and went to the UK when he was about 5 or so, and lived in the streets of London for many years, and worked in the streets of London, educated there, back in Uganda, and now thinking of how the knowledge built from the United Kingdom can be used in Uganda to change things in Uganda and all across Africa, working in collaborations with such people he has worked with all the way from Boeing back to Uganda. What a journey. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have a question for Peter, you better punch in right now, because we're just hastening to the evening of this show. Peter, do you think that the recent floods in Uganda, as well as, you know, in Chennai, India, are a result of climate change?
Think about it this way. What is climate? And if there are floods where there were no floods before, or if there are floods to an extent where there were no, different from the extent before, then there's definitely a change happening. And if we think of the climate and the environment, the ecosystem, then it has changed. So the fact that it is because it is.
Yeah. Well, if you get it, you get it. I know Peter's just given us that. I told you he's more of an artist than an engineer. And engineering is about solving problems in our community, in our society. And those who've studied engineer, we respect them because it's about finding solutions to the problems and giving solutions to the problem. Peter, as we go to the final close of the show, we want to wrap up really quick because of your time. And we want to say thank you to everybody. But will your plan effectively help the drought in the northern Uganda? And any parts of the country in Africa, in Uganda and across the Africa, if at all it works, will your plan help them? And if we have no water to work with, that effectively take out the mode of power, I would like to see why, or rather a way, designed to help replenish water sources. From you, Mandulis, the CEO, and the people you're working with. Throw more light there quickly.
What's very interesting is, you know, we think based on an ecosystem approach.
Yeah.
We look at everything that's important. We don't just talk about energy, but we think about what the energy is needed for. So we look at healthcare, you know, that's why we work with electric ambulances. We look at, you know, access to water. That's why we look at, you know, water pumping, water, you know, water cleaning and so on. But ultimately, it comes down to this. Very simple once again. If everyone stops cooking with firewood, if everyone stops using firewood in their factories, everyone stops using charcoal made from firewood, the trees will flourish. When the trees flourish, I believe there will be more rain. And when there is more rain, I believe there'll probably be more water as well. So it's a very interesting one from that point of view. But secondly, when there are more trees, the land, which was previously, losing its grip and swimming down, wherever it may be, that land, that soil can be more firm. And, also the foliage that falls from the trees makes the soil more fertile. The trees, there's flowers, bees can flourish. Bees are very important for the ecosystem. So just simply not cooking with firewood can change all of that for us in this country. Secondly, we've got to think of everyone who currently works in the business of firewood and the business of charcoal. We have to deliver a solution which enables them to still make a living, to still look after their children, to still survive and flourish and thrive. That means delivering solutions which can get waste into cooking fuel replacement through the existing supply chains. So everyone who previously made a living from what we term as non-sustainable solutions switches to sustainable solutions, still makes a difference, still makes a living, but more importantly, thrives even more. Because what you said earlier was the economy might not understand that renewable energy, climate-friendly solutions are actually profitable. They're actually really profitable. When people understand that you can make a lot more money if you don't cut that tree, they will definitely not cut that tree.
We already know that Uncle PK, just down the western side, is reaping money from the city of Kigali, from just telling everyone, don't cut trees. And he's become an ambassador to that effect. Peter, well, we're going to bring this to a close. And perhaps this is my last question to you as we close the show. One time I asked a friend of mine in Europe a question about electric cars. We've talked about electric cars for a bit. We've talked about these things. And this was his answer. I asked him, what do you think about it coming from you, Africa? And this is what he said. I'm more interested in autonomous vehicles. I will take a gas-burning autonomous car over a clean electric car any day, any time. In my view, is that possible?
So the reality is this. So things have changed, all right? A few years ago, we had December 2015, we had COP21 in Paris, the Paris Climate Agreement, which has been ratified, and it's part of this new Uganda law, which I just talked about.
Yeah.
And almost every country in the world is on board with that. Yeah. In a couple of months, in November, the whole world is going to Scotland for COP26, and more commitments will be made. In the run-up to that, almost every country has made commitments already, but also big companies have. But most interesting is this. In most of Europe, there will be no more petrol or diesel cars manufactured very soon. And by very soon, I mean probably as early as 2030 to 2040. There'll be no more diesel or petrol cars manufactured. There'll be no more diesel or petrol cars even on the road. So when you look at it from that point of view, even though some people in those communities may not have felt they were fully ready for the shift is happening. And in not too long, that shift will have happened. Even ships are shifting. A massive shipping line switched to biofuels earlier. Even in the aviation sector, which I know a lot about, because that's where I spent a lot of my career before moving into entrepreneurship, there is a shift going on to renewable powered airplanes as well. So there are a lot of questions that we have to reflect on and ask ourselves as we look ahead and go, if that's what's happening globally, if this is what we've committed to through our laws, let's think about it. And let's ultimately look at it from this point of view. We only have one Earth. We only have the Earth we have. And it's been gifted to us by those who came before us. And we have the ability and we have the blessing to actually make it live on for longer, but also to help make it be a better gift to bequeath onto those who come beyond us, thousands and thousands of generations ahead. Wow. And that will be our legacy as a generation, or as a series of generations to have lived through the world at this point. And that's what's happening right now. And I'm really proud of Uganda for having at least 3 electric vehicle companies already in the country. And I'm really proud of Ugandans for having come on board and kind of made that possible. And I feel we have a lot to share with our neighbors in Africa and in other areas that want to see how it's possible to make things happen at a low cost, despite not having the infrastructure that others have. We've chosen as a country, whether we know it or not yet, but we have chosen to take that massive leap forward into what others feel may be the unknown, but what we feel is the land of hope.
Peter, parting shot. Question to somebody who is watching. We will not have time to respond to some of their questions, to some of their, comments. Is climate change a hoax?
Well, climate change is real. It's as real can be. And the fact that we've seen it happen around us, the fact that when we go to rural areas we see the impacts of it, the fact that the whole world has come together to make commitments to fix the issues that have been caused by us allowing destruction to go on unabated. The fact that we've all decided to come together and make a difference now. And the fact that even in Uganda, we've not only made a decision, but we've taken a great leap forward. That should give us all a lot of hope that it is possible. But think about this, is very important, wherever you may be. If you work in the coal industry, you can still keep your job. You can still work with biochar instead of coal. You don't have to change any of your infrastructure. If you're in the oil and gas industry and you have to keep on running diesel vehicles, you can still run them on, biofuels. If you're in the charcoal industry, and the wood industry, you can still use renewable fuels through your existing supply chains. No one has to lose their job. Rather, it is possible today to do exactly what you did before, but just in a different way, whereby you can make things a difference. And even if you're a poacher, for crying out loud, and you know how to follow dung, to get the elephants that you want to take down, because the elephants are crucial co-builders of the climate. You can collect cow dung instead and bring it to a bioenergy company that will buy that from you and produce more electricity. Put your skills to use. Every skill you have, whatever it may be, it's possible to still keep that skill, still do it, still use it to make a better place for you and future generations, and earn even more money while caring for the earth. It's not about shutting people out. It's not about cancel culture. No, it's about coming together, sitting around the fireplace and deciding we love this world that we've been given because it loves us. And we're grateful for the creation that we are and that is around us. And we're ready to work together and ready to be committed to make sure that whatever we do makes it a better place for everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, in some circles known to me is Mr. Goblet. And in many other circles known as Engineer Peter Nyeko. Has been our guest On the CEO bench, Engineer Peter Nyeko, take it away with a poem like you always do for climate change for Uganda. Over to you.
Awesome. I will give honor where honor is due. I am most grateful to His Holiness Pope Francis for inspiring, through the Laudato Si encyclical, inspiring a movement towards looking after the common home we have, which is the earth. And the words he said when he had his TED talk, you go out and watch it. Very great TED talk he made. But he used these words. He said, the future does have a name, and its name is hope. A tiny little flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness. God bless you all.
It's a wrap from us here. Until next time, the CEO Bench Edio Killer, Engineer Peter Nyeko, signing out. Shout out to all the team that makes this possible here. And to all of you guys who watch the program, that makes it really amazing. We are super, super excited to always have you around, and we're looking forward to making it even to a bigger platform. Until then, God bless. And stay focused, stay safe, stay changing the climate back to where it was.
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? Change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SEAL Uganda on number 0772443085, or check our website www.sealuganda.com, or on all the social media handles